For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise to place into nomination the name of my friend from Florida, Byron Donalds, for the Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate that. You know, we're coming off an election. Just 2 months ago, a little less than 2 months ago, actually. And what did that election tell us? Well, when there were 5 million more Republicans who cast their ballots, it told us that the American public wanted a change. They wanted a change from the policies of the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. It said they wanted a change from this administration that has inflicted so much pain economically. We've seen crime explode. We've got an administration that won't even acknowledge that there's a crisis on the border. I tell you to go on down to the border. I've invited this administration to come with me to the border. Let's see it firsthand. The American public said they want to change. They want something new. They want something different. And we are on a path that just continues. Where were we just 12 years ago? An $11 trillion national debt. You know where we are today? Almost 3 times that. Both parties share blame in that. We have to bring that under control. You bring that under control not just by changing the rules of an institution, but by changing the leadership. And I'm told this process is painful. It's embarrassing, I'm told. You know what it is? It's not dysfunction, and it's not imperiling. What it is the exchange of ideas, an expression of support for people you want to be your leader in the next Congress. I think it's incredibly healthy, actually, for the American people to see that we're on the floor, something that my colleagues across the aisle so rarely like to be. They enjoy the proxy voting, I guess. They've sat there, I'll give it to you. They've laughed and they've chuckled and they've pointed fingers at us and said, oh, is he here? But you know what? As my friend from Florida just said, we're together. We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I could tell you this. When this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We used to be energy independent. Seems so long ago. It's 2 years ago, actually. We're going to restore America to energy independence. You know how you reduce inflation? You stop devaluing your currency. You stop blowing out the waters by spending $1.7 trillion on an omnibus bill that has how many thousands of earmarks in it? You start taking on crime. You start fighting violence. You start fighting the overgrowth of our budget and restore our economy. You start incentivizing jobs. You recognize that the American middle class is being squeezed, and those who are with more difficult economic circumstances are being squeezed by an economy that has this inflation that attacks energy. You bring your border back under control, and this side is going to bring that border security under control. We recognize it's a crisis. It's a crisis when in 2020, the Yuma sector had 9,000 encounters, not for a 5-day period, but for an entire fiscal year. Under this administration, with these policies, that 9,000 encounters is about a 5-day period in the human sector today. You don't know what it's like unless you see that happening. We're on a suboptimal path. It has to change. And to make a change, it can be difficult. It can be short-term, uncomfortable. But when you move to the correct path, all of a sudden things ease up and you can start having success. The direction here, in my opinion, is to someone like a Byron Donalds, a man who is living the American dream and is the example and the mentor for millions who need hope. Here is a man that has worked his way up. He is not a novice. He has the experience. He has the chops to be the speaker. He is a man. He has a lovely family, and they are politically engaged. They know what's going on. He has worked in Florida politics. He's worked in the legislature. He has respect. He has the quiet confidence that a leader needs. I look around this body today, and I know it's hard for you to believe. I know it's hard for me to believe sometimes when I'm here and I have the great honor and privilege of serving with you. But you represent the cross-section of America, the great American experiment. The experience that you bring, the knowledge that you bring, is unique. The road to recovery is through this body. I believe if you want to make change, you have to make change. Maintaining status quo is not an option today. I believe we've reached an existential crisis in this country. I look across and I see the left has captured virtually every institution. It is time that we reassert ourselves and put America back on the road to recovery. And the person who I think is most capable and will do the most credible job to lead us back that way is my friend from Florida, the Honorable Byron Donalds, whom I am pleased and proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Hi, Andy Biggs here from Arizona's 5th Congressional District. Wanted to give you an update on what's happening. You know, we've had multiple ballots for Speaker, and Democrats and people in the DC cartel, Republicans, people who are conservatives have said, oh, Andy, stop, just succumb, just give it up, because it's messy, it's embarrassing, you're not governing. Let me tell you something. The United States of America is a constitutional republic. It is a country you and I both love. And if it is so fragile that you can't spend 2.5 days debating, articulating position, and trying to get it right on who will be the third most powerful, most important person in the United States government, then we're weaker than I even had thought. I think we're okay. I think it's okay to have those debates. I think it's okay to push each other verbally and in debate. It sharpens who we are. And it doesn't make it irrevocable that we can't work together, because I'm just telling you, I've been talking with many of my colleagues on the floor from the entire other spectrum. We all understand what's at stake here. We all understand that the left has taken over every institution in the United States. And for me, I said, why don't we make a change of the trajectory? Why don't we change the leadership? Because if you can't make a change when you have an opportunity to make a change, when will you do it? It just seems so important and so imperative to me. And so many of you have supported me. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Others have been critical. Thank you. Thanks for letting me understand where you stand. But the bottom line is this. We've just finished the 14th vote. And what happened in today's votes, in the first series, our group of 21, we had 20 no's and 1 present split. And what happened is they picked up 13 votes, and then they brought it up, and they're sitting now at, I think it's 214, 215. Mr. McCarthy right now would need 217. He doesn't have those votes. We're going to go back tonight at 10 p.m. If the Democrats don't show up, you have a decrease in the denominator. We'll see how it plays out. But I will just say this, my colleagues who have joined me in fighting this battle, we didn't do it because I didn't ever ask for anything. I did not ask for a committee assignment. I didn't ask for any pieces of my legislation to be brought to the floor. I want good leadership. I want to see members of Congress actually be able to represent their constituents by reading legislation. No more 4,000-page pieces of legislation given to us with a 2-hour window to review before we vote. No more suspension bills that actually spend money while all of us are flying back and 2 or 3 members go to the floor. No more of that stuff. No more prevention of us being able to amend pieces of legislation. No more of that. And let's get a leader, a Speaker of the House that we trust, someone who can help us accomplish these goals and move the battle forward, because the left is trying to take over this country, and we will fight it. And I'm there, and I'm going to be there. I'll keep you posted on what else happens. Thank you so very much.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank him for organizing this. In years past, I would imagine that this particular issue would draw people from both sides of the aisle to come and protest the marriage of big business, big tech, and big government to silence dissenting voices in this, what once was the freest nation in the history of the world. Censorship is an authoritarian tool used to keep power by suppressing dissent. It is done, in our case, under the myth of keeping Americans safe. Conservatives, though, are playing against a stacked deck. This administration is doing the stacking. Last year, for instance, the Department of Homeland Security attempted to establish the Orwellian Disinformation Governance Board, ultimately having to walk that back, but in reality, they just gave it another name, and they'll continue to try to suppress conservative voices. We learned months later that Facebook implemented a special portal where government officials can request the censorship of specific posts. Ahead of the 2020 election, unelected deep state bureaucrats coordinated with major social media companies to ensure that the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop would be suppressed right before an election. Users could not even share a link to the New York Post story to read the report for themselves. And Twitter even locked the New York Post account and others for simply sharing the report. Facebook spied on individuals' private messages and reported users to the FBI if they questioned the 2020 election. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and others removed a sitting United States president from their platforms. Meanwhile, Twitter allowed Iran's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to tweet horrific messages and tweets without so much as deleting the tweets. And we wonder why Americans feel threatened by their own government, and why polling consistently tells us that our governmental institutions are viewed with disrepute by the American people. The moderators of these platforms have put their thumb on the scale of debate and have targeted conservatives over and over. But censorship does not just occur online. It can occur in the chilling of speech and the removal of debate altogether. We see that on college campuses, where students are fearful of retaliation if they express a conservative viewpoint. We've seen this administration target concerned parents attending school board meetings to protect their First Amendment activity by likening them to domestic terrorists. And recently, we've watched as Democrats, instead of promoting free speech, wrote a letter demanding that AT&T, that Alphabet, Hulu, Apple, Comcast, Roku, etc., remove 3 conservative media outlets from their programming. They've taken down OAN, and they've now notified Newsmax they're going to take them down. We know what happens in nations where you have the big government utilizing the power of the marketplace through the big business, and now the marriage of big tech. We know that that leads to something that I call fascism. That is what we see happening in this once and hopefully future great nation today. The idea that ideas can be dangerous, but that the suppression of ideas is fatal to a democratic society. Freedom itself is a dangerous way of life, but it is ours. That statement was originally issued in May of 1953 by the Westchester Conference of the American Library Association. I'm suggesting that we have the courage to allow free speech, free thought, free debate in this great nation. That I yield back.
Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunn, you and your wife, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your testimony and your willingness to share your experience, and express my sympathy and condolences to you, and appreciate the work that you're doing now. I want to just clear 2 things up briefly, though. The figures just cited by my colleague from Georgia are at ports of entry only and do not reflect between ports of entry arrests for fentanyl transportation. So please don't ever let the facts get in the way of a good narrative from the other side. Not only that, when the gentlelady from California said she supports an orderly system for legal migration, we have an orderly system for legal migration. That's why 1 million people are brought in legally every year. The numbers that you hear are between the ports of entry, because that's where CBP operates. So when CBP talks about the number of encounters being 4.5 million, that's between the ports of entry. Sheriff Daniels, how big is your county?
It's just under 6,300 square miles with 83 miles of international border.
And what's the population?
About 125,000.
How many NGOs do you have that deal with the flow of international or illegal migrants coming across?
Maybe 1 or 2, 3. Most of them come from outside, not within the county.
I know Yuma County has 1. Yeah. So that's interesting. So when we look at this, are your deputies ever dispatched to deal with criminality or situations involving illegal aliens?
On a daily basis, yes.
How often? How many times per day?
Throughout the day, usually when I check on them, they're in some kind of issue with border security or immigration, and when I go home, I hear calls. I mean, it's throughout the whole day.
What sorts of dangers does your department and your deputies specifically encounter because of these interactions?
Well, the biggest thing we're addressing right now is out of the 1,578 people that came to my county, 1,500 were U.S. citizens coming down to commit international crime. Based on greed, they're getting paid $3,000 per person to drive them 3 hours north up to Phoenix, Arizona, in your neck of the woods, Congressman. It's a game of greed, but when they get in those cars, they pick them up along the highways, they take off at 100-some miles an hour. That's resulting in death. It's putting my citizens in risk. We see it almost every day in my county, and that's been deadly for us.
So if I understand what you're saying, cartels are recruiting American citizens from as far away as the Valley of the Sun, the Phoenix area, to come on down and transport people who have illegally entered the country up to Phoenix for further distribution throughout the country.
Congressman, that's correct, but to take it one step further, from the United States, we get them from the Midwest, we get them from all over. We have a map where we get them from in our office.
And what's the going, and you said, what was the going rate that they get paid per person?
We started an operation back in March called Safe Streets, collective effort of state, local, and federal law enforcement trying to do some interdiction to protect our citizens. It was like $1,000 to $1,500. Right now, it sits at $3,000 per person.
Have you ever had juveniles come down to drive as well?
Yes, I believe last year we apprehended and charged, I think it was around 100 juveniles that were remanded as adults for driving, and all the way up to underage where they don't even have a license. We had a couple weeks ago, we had a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old driving a car, picking up, I think, 5 undocumented.
And this is human smuggling?
This is human smuggling, yes.
You've given us some pictures that are up here on display. What are those pictures of?
The picture on the right side of the white truck and the red car. The red car had a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, and I believe a 14-year-old, and they were down from the Pinal County area, which is up by Casa Grande, down here to pick up migrants, working with the criminal cartels and a scout. The car saw one of my deputy sheriffs, took off at a high rate of speed, hit the white car, and then crashed. All 3 were in critical condition, and then were ejected from that vehicle.
And this other one?
The other one was a vehicle out of Phoenix. It was a stolen vehicle that was in one of our business areas in a business parking lot. The Border Patrol saw them. They took off at a high rate of speed, got into a pursuit. It rammed the Border Patrol agent, the unmarked car, and they were apprehended with illegals.
There's so much more to talk about. I'm sorry I'm out of time. Thank you for being here, Sheriff Daniels.
Gentleman's time. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for all of you. I'm sorry I've been in and out doing multiple hearings as we do. It's good to see you again, Mr. Horowitz, Mr. Dodaro. It's good to see you, and welcome to Mr. Smith. So I guess I'm going to try to broad shoot this thing here. Is there any money not expended in any of the COVID relief packages that you're aware of?
Yes, there's about, as of November 2022, there's about 157 billion unobligated funds.
Okay, unencumbered, unobligated, unspent.
Right.
Okay, great, thank you. And what is the total amount that you estimate was spent through either fraud, improper payments, or waste in any of those programs? Go ahead, Mr. Horowitz.
So, Congressman, it's even at this point too early to give any estimate that's reasonable. What I've said before, and I'll say again, it's clearly in the tens of billions of dollars. It wouldn't surprise me if it exceeds ultimately more than $100 billion. But we have so much work to do. It's why Congress extended the statute of limitations last year to 10 years. We're in year 3. And that's why we need that extension on the unemployment insurance side as well. So we're going to be counting and figuring this out for years to come. We're going to go after every penny we can. We're going to use every tool you give us, but it's going to take time, and we're not there yet.
Yes, so, Mr. Smith, I read that you had returned through an analysis of, I think, 30,000 financial institutions, something about $3 billion to unemployment insurance benefits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, I want to get to this because I think this is interesting. During the last round of questioning, the assertion was made that there was $653 billion overall in unemployment insurance that was disseminated through those programs, and that the estimate was somewhere below 25% was improper payments, fraud, or whatever. So if that's the case, though, we're talking, I mean, is that accurate? Is that, first of all, I want to just make sure I don't want to be misstating something. Is that's what I understood the testimony to be?
Yeah. The Department of Labor estimated for 2021 improper payments of $78 billion, which is about an 18.9% rate. And in 2022, it estimated 18.9 billion. That's a 22% improper payment rate. And so those are the estimates of the Department of Labor. Now, it's mostly for those estimates are for the regular unemployment benefits. It's not for the pandemic unemployment insurance fund. So those aren't complete estimates for all the federal spending that was made during the period of time.
Okay.
Labor Department is now trying to figure out the pandemic unemployment insurance program. That's the one that went to people who were self-employed or working part-time, or, you know, that was the new program that was created. The other federal programs extended the benefits or added to the benefit during that period of time. Those estimates are covered, and those programs are covered by the estimates, but not the other one, the new one.
Doggone, I'm more confused now than ever. But I'm just
Yeah. Well, I just want to be clear on exactly what's
That's great.
happened.
No, I appreciate that. And,
right.
and as we go forward, maybe we could get together and just kind of suss out a little bit, you know, what that range might look like in totality versus.
Yeah. Yeah, no, what we've done is we've estimated on the unemployment insurance area, if you take the fraud rate and extrapolate it, that the low end of the estimate is greater than 60 billion.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right, and now we're working to try to figure out an estimate. Again, you know, no one that will know. I agree with Michael until all these investigations are underway. As I mentioned, the Labor Department IG is opening up 100 new investigations every week, and the PPP program has over 500 investigations underway. So there'll be investigations into fraud on this for a period of time. But we're trying to give a sense of what we think the magnitude would be.
Well, I look forward to continued discussion with you gentlemen. And I just have to, Mr. Chairman, my colleague from New York earlier mentioned fraud occurring within the unemployment insurance program in my home state of Arizona. What she did not mention is that Arizona actually identified the problem, partnered with a private sector company, and implemented an identity verification system, because it's kind of getting at what you're talking about there, that a Biden administration official at Treasury called, quote, kind of a silver bullet, close quote, and that, quote, almost immediately the fraud ring saw the game was up, close quote, once the tools were rolled out. And you had a 99% reduction in fraud once when we implemented those measures in my state. So I'd love to take a closer look at Arizona's response, how it worked, why it worked, and maybe we get there at the federal level as well, Mr. Chairman. And so I appreciate, again, y'all being here today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back. Just mere minutes or hours after the New York Post published its story on the Hunter Biden laptop, at 8:51 a.m., you sent a message to a team, part of your team, I assume, and you said, it isn't clearly violative of our hacked materials policy, referring to the story, nor is it clearly in violation of anything else. Do you remember sending that message?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I don't recall that message specifically, but that does sound like my judgment on that day, yes. Okay,
so that was early on in the day, and yet shortly thereafter, Kayleigh McEnany, White House press secretary's, her account was locked. So an inquiry was made the next day by a person named Carolyn Strom. You know Carolyn Strom?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah, and Carolyn Strom asked what's going on here, and somebody named Elaine Ong Soto said the user was bounced by site integrity for violating our hacked materials policy. Do you remember that incident?
Yes, sir, I do.
And somebody named Trenton Kennedy said, I'm struggling to understand the policy basis for marking this as unsafe. And I think the best explainability argument, now that may be a technical term for you, but for me it looks like we're trying to create a narrative here to cover our butt. The best explainability argument for this externally will be that we're waiting to understand if this story is the result of hacked materials. Do you remember Mr. Kennedy's communication?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and so then we get into a whole series of things written by Mr. Baker going back and forth, and he says on that same day, now at 9:26, which is about a half an hour after your statement that you don't think that anything's been violated here, he says, I've seen some reliable cybersecurity folks question the authenticity of the emails in another way. And then you seem to later, but by the way, that's almost inconceivable. I mean, it just seems inconceivable
that would have happened so quickly that he would have that. And then you sent out something right after that said, the key factor informing our approach is consensus from experts monitoring election security and disinformation that this looks a lot like a hack and leak that learned from the 2016 WikiLeaks approach. I'm wondering if you can name for me today any of the experts that seem to have a consensus at 10:12 a.m. on the morning of October 14th that you put out saying that we're going to rely on some group of experts. Who were they?
Thank you for the question. Twitter did not give me access to any of my documents or emails to prepare for this hearing, and so unfortunately I can't give you a direct answer.
Were there, Mr. Roth, were there experts? Were there people that you consulted that were cybersecurity experts between 9 a.m. and 10:15 a.m. on that day?
My recollection is that we were following discussions about this incident as they unfolded on Twitter. So cybersecurity experts were tweeting about this incident and sharing their perspectives, and that informed some of Twitter's judgment here. But I want to emphasize, as I said in my statement, I didn't think that the evidence or those perspectives warranted removal, and I advocated against taking that action.
I understand. Let's look at one other document. Our teams made the determination that the materials fall under our hacked materials policy. It's my understanding from reports and internal sources that normally a hacked material policy would require a government official or law enforcement determination that there had actually been a hacked account before that hacked policy were to be imposed. Is that accurate?
No, sir, it's not.
So the policy did not require that there be any kind of official finding by a government source?
No, there were a number of different types of evidence that we considered under the policy. Certainly government attribution would be a powerful one, but we also looked
So you
for
weren't
other
looking, that wasn't determinative is what we're saying?
In that instance, we did not have any specific information from any government source, no.
I'm going to read something that applies to this and several other things from the Twitter stack that you guys had. This might be an unpopular opinion, but one-off ad hoc decisions like this that don't appear rooted in policy are, in my humble opinion, a slippery slope and reflect an alternatively equally dictatorial problem. Quite frankly, that's what the essence of all four of your testimony. I realize you're trying to fight against it, but you exercised. You exercised an amazing amount of clout and power over the entire American electorate by even holding them hostage for 24 hours, reversing your policy, and then they're like, well, we want to go back with the originals. That's 24 hours, or 2 weeks, that you imposed your will on the American electorate. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, time's expired.
Congressman Biggs is recognized for 5 minutes of question.
I thank the Chairman, and I appreciate being here in Yuma, where there's always a very hospitable group of people that greet us, and I'm grateful for that. It's reflective of the unity of this community and how great you are. And we have we just heard from 3 great witnesses, and I also tip my hat today to the officers and agents of CBP and law enforcement. We recognize the challenges that you have, and I'm going to try to first undercut a narrative that our colleagues across the aisle raise, and they say that they'll tell you that 90% of fentanyl is seized at the border, at the port of entry, right? Port of entry. As if there is not a massive amount of fentanyl and other drugs coming between the ports of entry. So I'm going to ask the panel, why do you suppose that we are more successful at interdicting drug smuggling at a port of entry that has, I don't know, dogs, x-ray machines, material, and more agents than we would be between ports of entry? Mr. Lyons, you look like you're just chomping at the bit to answer that question.
No, the sheriff winked at me and told me to go.
So very good, please.
Mr. Biggs, Congressman Biggs, thank you for the opportunity. We learned last week, and this number we made public towards the end of the month, but the narrative of 90% coming to the ports has been changed a little bit in that because of the downturn over the January timeframe, 48% of the fentanyl is being intercepted between the ports and 52% at the ports. To combat that narrative, Border Patrol has now had the opportunity, because they're not spending 1.5, 1.7 hours processing each individual. And so they are now on the border being able to provide national security and border security.
Sheriff, do you want to add on that?
I will just confirm what Jonathan Lyons just said.
Thank you.
With our agents being able to get back out in the field, it's helped us intercept that.
Thank you. And Sheriff, I'm going to ask you a question. You mentioned juvenile drug smuggling, juveniles being used and exploited to smuggle drugs coming across, who have legal purpose to enter the country, or legal authority to enter the country through the port of entry. Please tell us about that.
That's correct. When we speak with our port of entry personnel, they are the ones that typically are the screeners when juveniles come across from Mexico to go to school each and every day. The cartels exploit them by asking them to carry fentanyl and other narcotics across the border when they're walking into the United States. These individuals are then apprehended by port of entry personnel, who then get a hold of DEA or the local narcotics task force, and then they end up getting charged as an adult because of the amount of narcotics that they have in their possession.
Thank you. I'm going to make a quick statement and then try to get time to get to Dr. Trenchel to ask him a question too. There's just so much. This is an incredibly broad topic. The violation of laws of this administration. I'm going to point out 4 quick things. They've changed the parole law. They haven't changed it. They are violating the parole law. The parole authority typically would be a case-by-case basis, 12 to 20 people a year per year until the Biden administration came in. Last year, more than 300,000 people received parole. And there's a promise of 360,000 more people this year from 4 different countries: Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. That's one violation. The second is the no deport. One of you mentioned the no deportation law. More than 1.2 million individuals have received due process and an order of removal because their asylum claim was bogus, found to be bogus by a court. This administration has forbidden ICE to pursue, look, and deport. The third thing is the violation of the First Safe Nation international law. That's another reference to the Remain in Mexico policy. If you had the First Safe Nation law and you enforced the First Safe Nation law, which we did under the Remain in Mexico policy, Yuma sector, the last year of the Trump administration, had fewer than 9,000 encounters. Last year, well over 300,000 encounters. That's the third thing. And so I will just leave it there so I can ask Dr. Trenchel this last question, because you said something that I think every American needs to hear. You are actually expending hospital funds, community hospital funds, to actually move people to family members or elsewhere around the country. And there are many that you are sending that you don't even know their destination. Please expand on that and tell us what that looks like.
Sure. So we've, when a patient comes into the hospital, we have to provide them with a safe discharge per CMS, and we do that. So a lot of that includes tracking down their family members. We've had to fly them to their families. We've had to air ambulance individuals for higher levels of care, and we've just had to durable medical equipment, wheelchairs, walkers, all these other items that we have to provide for patients for a safe discharge.
And you're not being compensated by the federal government or anyone else, and these individuals are not those that have been brought for medical treatment by CBP through some kind of legal mechanism.
Correct. Some individuals may have walked in, declared themselves a migrant, and we treat those. They could have come in by taxi. They could have come in by any means. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. I'll yield back.
Thanks for all your good work.
And I now yield to the gentleman for Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. Oh,
Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Biggs, then.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'll try to go fast. And I appreciate his constant reference to the status quo, because that's what this package that the ranking members produced would get us back to. He wants to get us back to the status quo ante. And what that was, they have a beef, they have an issue with section, the introduction and the full committee of Part 2, that section there, because the term Biden administration is used as a focal point. I remind my colleagues across the aisle, for the last 4 years, you have spent it going after the Trump administration, even after President Trump was no longer president. You have spent your time, your authority as leadership of this committee, to obsess with Donald Trump. If there was ever a picture on Wikipedia of those obsessed and inflicted with Trump derangement syndrome, it would be my colleagues across the aisle. We're talking about wrongs committed by the Biden administration, or perhaps committed by the Biden administration. They have to be looked at. They have to be held accountable. With that, I'll yield back to the gentleman from California. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reviewing the ranking member's proposed, basically, destruction of the rules and so-called offering a new bipartisan, I just got tickled. I just think it's humorous. When I hear the ranking member talk about this, you know, we need to stop this partisanship. And I heard the gentleman from California, oh my goodness, let's get back to bipartisanship. Never heard that before from those two chaps. And then to hear this thing here, tired of toxic environment from the gentlelady. Who in the heck created that toxic environment? It was the majority that had control of this committee. The ranking member who had control of this committee, yeah, that's who created the toxic environment. I also find it ironic when I look at the crime subcommittee, it's just amazing sometimes how fate will play this game on y'all. I literally, right as I sat down here, got a message from my former chief of staff, who's now working on the Senate side in the private sector, working a lot with the Senate, and she was relaying to me the attempted carjacking she was a victim of just last Thursday. And I think, wow. And you want to take out the line in the rising crime in urban areas. Everything else that you have on the crime subcommittee looks like it's the same. Really haven't had a chance to explore it enough to get there, but it looks like it's the same. But you want to remove the portion that says we'll examine the causes of rising crime in urban areas. We're in an urban area. My former chief was just accosted. We were grateful that her child wasn't in that car when the carjacking was attempted last week. So I look at this and I say, your real beef probably is with that where you went through and you took out all of the purpose of the subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. You don't like that. Okay, fine. But you should like it. If this was bipartisan, you should be concerned that the federal government is being weaponized. And you should be joining us in that. I'm going to tell you again, I think it's ironic that some of the most partisan members of your side have the audacity and chutzpah to say, let's be bipartisan, let's hold hands, let's get together.
From Arizona is yielded 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Florida for sponsoring this legislation. You know, there is no legal authority for the U.S. to be involved in the Syrian civil war. There is no authority. Section 5C of the War Powers Act does not say, and I'm quoting the chairman now, it does not say without authorization. That's not the language. The language says specific statutory authority. Either declare war or you have specific statutory authority. And you know what that 2001 AUMF says? It says those who aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11th, 2001.
It doesn't say ISIS. It doesn't say Syria. It's talking about the events of 2001, as the gentleman from Florida just referenced. It's a quaint idea. It's a quaint idea to say, well, we're going to rely on that 2001 AUMF. I thought they were going to say they were going to relying on the 2002 AUMF. But either way, neither one works. You don't have authority, and you're going to be there and put U.S. soldiers in harm's way. This is a civil war. One Syrian analyst said this recently, quote, "Until we see the externals confront each other directly rather than on the Syrian ground, I don't see an actual end to the Syrian conflict," close quote. You know who the externals are? The U.S., Russia, Iran. That's the externals. And we have no authority to be one of those externals. And that analyst went on to say, it's a proxy war. And that's what's happening. It's another U.S.-Russia proxy war. When the Syrian civil war began with protests during the Arab Spring of 2011, U.S. President Obama then said, he went to the regime in Syria and he said, quote, "The future of Syria must be determined by its people, but President Bashar al-Assad is standing in the way. For the sake of the Syrian people, the time has come for President Assad to step aside," close quote. Is that our objective? Regime change? Is that what it is? No, we don't know. We don't know what the objective is. You can't even define what the exit ramp is. Assad responded at that time by fueling the civil war, the exacerbation of that problem, and it has just grown. And now you've got us with our allies, the Turks, and our allies, the Kurds. They're fighting against each other. They don't want each other. But ISIS in 2019 was declared to be defeated. Even the Inspector General recently said they don't have an ability to cause damage and fear and harm in the homeland. And the result is in the last 13 years, the U.S. has spent more than $15 billion on humanitarian aid, and we don't even know what we've spent in Department of Defense costs. You know why? Because they're grouping it with what's going on in Iraq. We tried to obtain information. Well, how much have we spent? Well, nobody will tell us. When General Milley says, and by the way, he was the architect of that disastrous Afghanistan retreat, and he's a believer in however long, no matter the cost approach in Ukraine, he insists we prolong our involvement in the civil war in Syria in order to help our allies. General Milley, who's our allies? Is it the Kurds? Is it the Turks? Who is it? Is it the Assad regime? He can't tell you. No one can tell you. All of this is being done, though, without legal authority. It's time for us to stop fighting proxy wars. It's time for us not to say, "Oh, next time we'll take care of these AUMFs." We've had time after time. This is the time to get rid of them. I urge us to vote for this. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Sabatino, when you talked about the number of K-9 units that you have, were those the K-9 units that are in OFO or the entire CBP?
These are specific to the Office of Field Operations.
How many K-9 units are in CBP, if you know?
I don't have that number, sir. I can get back to you on that.
You guys use dogs very effectively. I mean, I've seen lots of demonstrations been done. San Isidro is where we saw that. I was with the chairman. We saw the gas. That was fascinating. But they don't have anywhere near the same number of K-9 units in CBP to deal with between ports of entry, do they?
I would have to defer to my colleagues on the Border Patrol, sir.
You know it's true. Okay, see, density meters, density readers, you guys have those at the ports of entries, right?
We do employ a number of small handheld technology.
I've seen them at Mariposa, as well as at San Isidro, and as well as in other ports of entry as well. In other words, you have great equipment at the ports of entry that are essentially a force multiplier, right?
We have, yes, absolutely. We have a number of tools.
We don't have those same tools between the ports of entry because we don't see the same type of border crosser between the ports of entry, right?
You know, sir, I can speak to what happens at the ports of entry.
Okay, very good.
Technology there.
Very good. Do any of your officers ever provide parole to those who illegally enter the country through ports of entry?
We have certainly
360,000 people got parole last year. How many came through ports of entry?
I would have to get the breakdown of that number. I can share with you certainly the last 4 months of encounters.
What is that?
We had.
How many got parole?
Through our programs, I apologize, sir.
Well, while you're looking, I'm going to go to Mr. Salisbury. Mr. Salisbury, HSI is embedded into ICE, correct?
Yes, we're directed under ICE.
Right. You guys don't remove individuals who have deportation orders, is that correct? That's not HSI's responsibility.
That's correct. HSI is a criminal enforcement arm of the
Right. So ICE, when the director of said and the president said we're going to have a 100-day moratorium on deportations, even though you had 1.2 million people who had due process and deportation orders, that would be a countermand to the law. But you guys didn't receive that because that's not what you do.
Homeland Security Investigations is only focused on
Yeah,
criminal.
you don't do that. So you didn't receive that order to violate the law. You didn't receive that, right?
HSI solely proceeds with.
So you didn't receive that order.
Correct.
There, it's that simple. Back to you, ma'am. Ms. Sabatino.
Apologies, sir. So for the last 4 months in October, we saw 26,505, November 27,651, December 30,428, and January 28,150.
So averaging between 26 and 30,000 roughly for the last 4 months. 360,000 last year. CBP-1's going to provide to 4 nations ostensibly up to 360,000 additional parolees through ports of entry. Secretary Mayorkas, who is in both of your direct chain of command, has testified before Congress that paroles to be granted on a single individual case-by-case basis. I've read the law. That's what it says. Granting 30,000 a month, is that a single case-by-case basis?
Well, I think we do evaluate, and our CBP officers interview all of these individuals that come across, and there are certainly instances where they can be detained.
So prior to the Biden administration, there had never been more than 24 or so parole grants in a year.
I would have to go back and...
No, I'm telling you, that's the facts, that's the testimony we've had previously, multiple hearings.
I think depending on the circumstances, there could certainly be more examples where parole has been utilized.
More than 24 in a year?
Yes.
Okay, I'd love to see that, because our testimony that we've received repeatedly is that it's been about 24 have been kind of the high, normally about 12 to 15, very individualized basis. This administration, however, is now going up to 300,000, which sounds like a generic, that sounds pretty generic to me. That doesn't sound like an individual case-by-case basis. So, when we look at force multipliers, if you really want to get to the force multiplier, and this doesn't go to you, Mr. Salisbury, or maybe even you, Ms. Sabatino, because you said you didn't receive these, but I think the parole issue is a problem. How about enforcing the law? You enforce the law, that's your best force multiplier. That would include things like removals of 1.2, now up to about 1.5 million people who've had due process and removal orders. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here. The federal government spent $5 trillion plus in relief programs in response to COVID-19. And estimates vary widely, but testimony from experts before this committee last year suggested that waste, fraud, and abuse in the COVID-19 unemployment program alone exceeded $400 billion, at least half of which went to organized foreign crime syndicates. So I've got a bunch of questions for each of you. I'm not going to be able to get to all of them, but I'm going to start with Mr. Delmer. I'll try to get back to you, Mr. Turner, so you're off the hook for the beginning, but Mr. Delmer. The Treasury Department is responsible for managing coronavirus relief funds, state and local fiscal recovery funds, as well as several other funds. Can you provide the committee with the total amount of funding that remains unspent across accounts at Treasury?
Yes, I can. We can actually give you a specific written summary.
When might we expect that?
I can get that to you next week, sir.
That would be beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Delmar. And that would include on what state agencies as well? Would that include what amount of money remains unspent in state agencies? Do you have that information?
I don't know. I will find out, and I will get back to you.
Okay. Does your office have on hand, and you'll need to get back to me, I'm sure, on this too, state-by-state numbers for unspent funding, both obligated and unobligated in programs that are unexpired or otherwise expired?
I believe we have them for overall, and I'm sure we could probably find them on a state-by-state basis.
Okay. If you could please provide what information you have to the committee by next week, that'd be great. Mr. Turner, during testimony delivered to this committee last year, we were informed that the California State Auditor reported that the state's Unemployment Development Department was slow to take action to address unemployment insurance fraud. In total, California alone lost in excess of $10 billion to fraudulent claims. And you've mentioned some of those. Can you identify for us some of the failures of the California Department?
Well, let me just say, it was just not California. We found that some of those problems that California experienced was experienced throughout the country. And so I hear what you're saying, but it was really through our reviews.
Could the gentleman answer the question specifically as it relates to California, please?
And if you want to generalize, I'm okay if you just say they all had self-identification, which was a problem. What is that? Are we getting back to that?
Yeah, it was self-certification, and also there was stolen identity, stolen Social Security numbers.
So you had ID theft as well?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. In what ways does the Department of Labor track state workforce agencies that slow-walked correction of fraud and UI program?
State that again, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah. In what ways does the Department of Labor track state workforce agencies that slow-walked correctives of fraud in the UI programs?
Basically, through our reviews and audits, we're able to take a look at are they meeting the standards. I think the standard is to issue those payments out between 14 and 21 days, and the average was 1 to 2 months.
Thank you. Mr. Shoemaker, with regard to SBA, a year ago, there was estimates that there was $76 billion in potential fraud in the SBA program. The SBA itself estimated $78 billion. Secret Service estimated $100 billion. And in improper payments, what is that number finally that you SBA holds to now in improper payments?
Thank you for the question. The number you're referring to was $78 billion in the EIDL program. That was a result of work from our office, and that was a collection of our reports that we removed the duplicates, so that we had a number that was $78 billion. That number is at $86 billion, from ensuing work. That does not include the PPP program. Our work in that area has uncovered at least probably another $20 billion on potential fraud in the PPP program. But we have an ongoing project right now to come up with a comprehensive estimate of the fraud within the PPP and the EIDL program. So currently, what I could tell you, it will be more than $100 billion.
Thank you. And then I just want to get back to you, Mr. Turner. I want to make sure I understand what the estimate of the fraud that your agency has uncovered, the IG's office has uncovered in the unemployment arena.
We're looking at $76 billion, and that's based on the fraud rate that the department produced at 8.5 of $888 billion. So $76 billion is what we believe that's on the low end for the fact that PUA was not included in that number. The department will have the PUA number issued sometime this year is what they've told us.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate all of you being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield.
Mr. Turner, I'd like to just ask a question just to follow up, be sure Mr. Mafume and I got it. Social Security numbers were duplicate to where they went to two people, or it went to a different person that may not have qualified?
It went to kind of both. We had Social Security numbers that were stolen off the dark web, and in some cases we had one person file for claims in 42 different states.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Turner. The gentlewoman from
23, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to be here tonight, and I'd ask that any of us that wish to revise and extend our remarks be given 5 days to do so.
Without objection.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to talk tonight about this debt ceiling, this mysterious debt ceiling that we hear so much about. And I'm joined by two of my colleagues that have strong ideas about this as well. But I want to just relate something to America so you can hear this. We had a meeting several weeks back talking about the debt ceiling. And I don't think anybody had ever asked this question. And I started asking it at every meeting. I said, how much does the Biden administration want to raise the debt? We're set at $31.4 trillion now. We spend $4.9 trillion a year, excuse me, $6.1 trillion a year, but we raise $4.9 trillion. Every month we fall short by about $100 billion. And so I said, how much do they want? Well, when I first started asking the question, I said, well, everybody said, no, I don't know. We don't know. But now it's $4 trillion. That's what I'm hearing. It's $4 trillion. Tonight we heard 3.5. But in any event, it's 3.5 to $4 trillion. So I asked the next question. I said, look, I really want to know what happens if we don't lift the debt ceiling. I don't know. These guys might have been there. The fellow was nonplussed. This former deputy at the OMB, this Office of Management and Budget, economist. He stood there for probably 2 minutes. Nobody had ever asked him that question before. And he says, nothing. Nothing will happen. And I said, how can that be? I'm hearing that it's collapse city. Tell me, how can that be? He said, all the bills go to OMB, and they get forwarded on to the Fed, and they all get paid as they come in, as they come due, and they just keep paying them. I'm here to tell you that the debt ceiling is mysterious. It's a black box. It's the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. And it's time for us to face the facts that if they're going to try to leverage us, then we have got to do something to make this more responsible, the spending more responsible, and get our budget back together. With that, I'm going to yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman, my friend from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Representative Biggs, my good friend from Arizona. Mr. Speaker, President Joe Biden wants to raise the national debt by over $3 trillion over the next 2 years. Washington is bleeding American taxpayers dry with their addiction to spending with no end in sight on this endless financial disaster. The U.S. already has roughly $31.6 trillion in debt with no concrete plan to pay it back. Most folks cannot even fathom how much money that truly is. But Congress can avoid raising the debt ceiling almost indefinitely by returning spending to pre-COVID levels and practicing fiscal responsibility. On March the 28th, my colleagues and I proposed targeted cuts to non-defense discretionary spending that would reduce the deficit by $100 billion over the next year and reduce the total spending by more than $1 trillion over the next decade. I am proud to co-sponsor over 500 bills that were introduced by Representative Andy Biggs to achieve this. These are concrete, common-sense proposals to eliminate woke and wasteful spending from our federal government. We must rescind unspent COVID-19 money and stop funding the radical left's wish list like the IRS expansion, wasteful green energy projects, and student loan bailout. Congress can still pass a strong budget which protects Social Security and Medicare benefits without having to raise the debt ceiling at all. Yet, Democrat leaders have yet to respond to this proposal, and the President has made it clear that he is unwilling to work with any Republicans. Biden's proposed budget of $6.8 trillion represents a nearly 32% increase in spending since the COVID-19 pandemic began. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, my fellow colleagues, the pandemic is over. The federal government was big enough in 2019. The American people were taxed enough already in 2019. When the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed, it lowered federal taxes for all Americans. That's right, for all Americans, and led to the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. And it's generated nearly $1 trillion a year more in federal revenue. It's inappropriate for the president to ask American people for even more of their hard-earned money when there is still over $100 billion in unspent COVID relief money lying on the table. There are too many wasteful organizations and woke government programs that do almost nothing for the American people, while costing them billions each year in increased spending and increased regulatory burdens. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office produces a long list of federal departments, programs, and agencies that are still no longer even authorized. But many of these programs still receive funding. This is just one example of the countless ways that Congress could address our spending addiction. Mr. Speaker, our deficit is getting worse every year. Congress has failed in its duty to provide sound stewardship of the American finances, and we are all facing the consequences of this failure. Worse yet, the consequences of our decisions will fall on the future generations of Americans. We all need to come together and find a solution to this problem and shrink Washington and grow America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Montana. He mentioned unauthorized programs that we're continuing to fund. There are more than 1,200 federal programs that are unauthorized right now. $500 billion. That's what we spend every year for those 1,200 unauthorized programs. Congress hasn't authorized them. They've expired. We haven't reauthorized. But we're still spending $500 billion a year. And people wonder what's crazy about D.C. Let me give you one more data point. That same meeting that we were talking about, the gentleman was getting ready to leave, this economist, and then we had another former, actually we had a former head of OMB there with us. I asked them, can you tell me how many agencies there are in the federal government? The answer was no. I said, what? He said, nobody knows. That's hard to believe. I couldn't believe it. So I did some more digging. Nobody can tell me. Nobody can tell me how many federal agencies there are. But we can tell you how much we're spending. We're spending over $100 billion every month more than we bring in. With that, I'm pleased to yield such time as he may consume to my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Bob Good.
Thank you, Chairman Biggs, my good friend from Arizona, for your leadership on this all-important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you also to my friend from Montana and his remarks just a moment ago. The founders gave in the Constitution the authority for spending to the House of Representatives. It's the House of Representatives that most directly reflects where the American people are, what the American people's wishes are on a federal level. It's not the White House, it's not the Senate, certainly not the Supreme Court. It is the people's House, the House of Representatives, which proportionally represents everyone across the country, equally with some 800,000 citizens per representative. It's the House of Representatives that has the responsibility. We have the responsibility to ensure our ability to pay our nation's debts and to protect the credit or the borrowing capacity for when it's necessary of the United States federal government. We talk often about what are the threats, the greatest threats to the country. There are numerous existential threats to our country right now, I would submit like never before in the history of the United States, brought on by the policies of this administration, Mr. Speaker, and those who had the majority of both houses for the previous 2 years. Whether it's the open border, where some 6 to 7 million illegals have swarmed into our country, facilitated and helped by this administration's policies. Whether it's our broken education system, our indoctrination on our college campuses, our K-12, whether it's the weakening of our military, our failures on the national stage, whether it's the threat of China or whether it's our national debt and our spending. And as we address tonight and discuss the national debt and the spending and the debt ceiling issue, the spending piece of this, the responsibility of the House, is not just addressing that issue, but how we manage the United States spending. The federal spending addresses all of the other issues. To utilize the power of the purse, to stop funding the harmful policies, not just the wasteful, reckless spending, but the literal harmful spending that's making our country less safe, less secure, less prosperous, and less free. And as we talk specifically about the national debt, it's been said already tonight, over $31 trillion. I happen to serve on the Budget Committee. A couple of weeks ago, we brought before our committee once again OMB Director Young, Shalonda Young, the Biden administration's budget director. Funny term to apply budget director to anybody in this administration, Mr. Speaker. But as we were having a chance to question the budget director for the Biden administration, I asked Ms. Young, what is the national debt? And she could not tell me. She said it was somewhere around maybe 24 trillion, and I corrected her that it was over 31 trillion. I asked her, how much does that equate to per American citizen? She did not know. I helped her with the fact that it's nearly 100,000 for 330 million American citizens. 100,000 per citizen. That means about 300,000 per taxpayer or per family. I then asked her, what is the percentage of GDP? Debt to GDP. She did not know, Mr. Speaker. She thought it might be 90-something%, and I helped her with the information that it is about 125% debt to GDP ratio. I asked her when it was the last time it was that high in the history of our country. She did not know, and I helped her to realize it was World War II. To follow up on what you were saying a moment ago, my friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, we also had before another committee that I serve on, our Federal Reserve Chairman, Powell, another caucus I'm a part of, the Republican Study Committee. And he spoke to us about interest rates and about trying to bring down inflation, shared his remarks, and once again did not deal with the issue of the national debt. Didn't even bring it up. Didn't even bring up the federal spending. And I said to him, what is the number one cause of the inflation? And historically, when we raise interest rates, we're trying to what? Cool a hot economy to ward off a recession. Instead, we have caused the inflation with the spending, and now we're making it worse on the American people by raising the interest rates in a futile attempt to reduce inflation in a weak economy and making things worse for the American people. Mr. Biggs, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the remarks a few moments ago from my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, I led a letter to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen asking her about what Mr. Biggs was speaking about a moment ago. What is her plan to ensure we do not have a default when we reach the debt ceiling limit? How will she prioritize spending to ensure we don't reach that, we don't result in a default when we reach that debt limit? We have not gotten satisfactory answers to that. And Mr. Biggs is exactly right, Mr. Speaker. When we exhaust these so-called extraordinary measures, which part of my letter also asked, when will we exhaust those? How is that determined? Have not gotten satisfactory answers to that either. But the fact is, when we reach the debt limit and we can no longer utilize gimmicks and clever tactics to try to extend that, we will simply have to prioritize our spending. We've got a record $5 trillion coming to the Treasury, never happened before in the history of the country. Frankly, because of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which has done what always happens in history: when you cut taxes, you get more income, more revenue. Don't let the Democrats and the majority or the administration lie to us, Mr. Speaker, and tell us we have a deficit because of the tax cuts. That's simply not true, with $5 trillion in revenue coming into the Treasury the first time in history. However, because, as Mr. Biggs said, we're spending over $6 trillion, if we reach the debt limit and we can no longer delay through these extraordinary measures, We will simply have to prioritize spending. It will force, that's why they don't want to do it. That's why they don't want to reach it. That's why they want your $3 or $4 trillion, Mr. Rosendale, Mr. Biggs stated just a few moments ago, because they don't want to have to prioritize spending. There's more than enough revenue coming in to fund Social Security and Medicare. There's more than enough revenue to pay the debt, the interest on the debt. We would simply be forced to cut discretionary spending. But we have a plan that we in the House Freedom Caucus have put forward to cut somewhere in the range of $1.5 trillion immediately out of the gate. And then and Mr. Biggs led the way on this with 500 bills, with 500 specific targeted cuts towards those 1,200 unauthorized, but still appropriated in previous Congress programs that would save us another $500 billion, so that we would never have to raise the debt ceiling again if we have the immediate $1.5 trillion in cuts now, and we use the appropriations process this fall to cut even further. And again, I yield back to Mr. Biggs, and I thank him for his leadership on this issue.
I thank the gentleman, and I inquire of the Speaker how much time we have left.
14 minutes, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you. Let's see how much I can consume with that, Mr. Speaker. And I would have to say I commend you on your endurance, because you've stood the whole time, and I've watched you going now for two plus hours now. Well done. I'd be sitting down right now. So the HFC proposal that we put in just recently, and I think this is really important. The idea is to shrink Washington and grow the country again. We proposed it in early March. The first thing is you cancel the student loan forgiveness plan, which totals $609 billion. You cut the wasteful, woke, weaponized spending programs to get the nation back on track. You eliminate Green New Deal tax credits and subsidies. I recently scored it at 350. I'm told now it's $400 billion. $400 billion. Between those two items alone, you're moving towards $1 trillion. You cut the IRS expansion. We already passed that out of the House. That's $80 billion. You take into account the 500 targeted reductions that we've made. Maybe you don't do all of them. Maybe you only do half of them. Maybe you do 50, 75, $80 billion worth. Then I'll tell you something else that you got to do. You take back the COVID money that we send out. There's about $80 billion of that hasn't been spent. Bring that back. All of that's in the first year. And I haven't even talked about reductions. That's the rescissions. Then you start reducing. And you can make them targeted. You can do the discretionary. And guess what? You start getting to a place where you are not blowing. You're not in the hole $100 billion a month. How about doing that for a year? How about doing that for a year? Well, I'm told that a lot of these folks don't really want to do that, and I find that hard to believe. So in fiscal year 2024 alone, if you add to what I just outlined, what we proposed, we co-sponsored, those 500 bills, we just want you to look at them for mercy's sakes. If you took all of them, you'd be a little bit over $100 billion in savings in fiscal year 2024 alone. Wow. There are ways out of this, aren't there? But it's going to take some courage, some discipline, and quite frankly, part of the reason that I wanted to do this tonight is I'm hearing all the time that we don't know where you guys are. And I'm like, how can you not know where I am? I've been so explicit, I'm transparent. Everybody knows where Biggs is because Biggs doesn't keep his mouth shut. This is where we need to be. We need to be telling the truth. And the American people need to understand clearly what's about to happen to them. What's about to happen to them is they're going to raise that debt ceiling. Somebody's going to raise the debt ceiling. The idea that they're talking about now, just so people know, is anywhere from $1.5 to $4 trillion. That's what they're talking about. And they're going to trade it for 10 years with maybe $3.5 to $4 trillion in reductions, in savings, net savings. Not even net savings, I'm sorry to say that, gross savings. That's just, so over here on that ledger, you're going to get $4 trillion over 10 years. But if you raise the debt ceiling by $1.5 to $4 trillion over those
18 to 24 months. Now extend that out for the rest of that 10-year cycle. Yeah, you're not raising the national debt by 24 trillion, you're raising it by 19 trillion. So you're still hitting $50+ trillion because you didn't have the courage to make the reductions and the hard choices this year. My favorite thing to hear around here is we're going to have a 10-year plan to balance the budget. I can go back and show you people from 15 years ago. They still relive that first year over and over again because it is like deja vu. So this year they're telling everybody, oh, okay, we're going to do a 10-year plan. It's going to be great. We think we can get balanced in 10 years. Going to have to make some tough decisions. But next year they'll come back and say, we got a 10-year plan. We're going to have to make some tough decisions. And 2 years from now they'll come back and say, hey, we got a 10-year plan. Do it now. Do it now. And people tell me, well, you're conflating the budget with the debt ceiling. Well, you know why? Because I can tell you, if we don't do it now in the debt ceiling, when that budget comes around, you're going to have an omnibus bill. You're going to have an omnibus bill. That's what's going to happen. That may not work, so you get a CR. Well, part of the package HFC put out was that if you end up with a mandatory CR, you start reducing funding on that. And so you never have a government shutdown, which is in some ways too bad, quite frankly. Then we've also proposed adding the REINS Act. The REINS Act says before a bureaucratic agency can impose rules on anything that will impact more than it's $100 million, right? I think that's way too high. I think it should be like $10 million, but they're telling me it's $100 million. Then you have to bring it back to Congress. I think that's a great place to start. You know why? We have delegated our authority to the bureaucracy. So you get the bureaucracy out there, they're making rules. That's the same thing as legislating. They're enforcing the rules. That's the executive branch power. And they're adjudicating whether you've committed a violation of the rules and fining you. In some cases, most of the 40,000 crimes that are federal in nature were created under the rulemaking process. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just telling you, our government is out of control, our spending is out of control. And guess what? If we went back to 2019 levels, which is what we've proposed, if you go back to 2019 levels, which nobody would say, we had too little government in 2019. If you go back to those levels, guess what? You can pay it because we were spending about $5 trillion, and now we are bringing in about $5 trillion. So let's go back to the 2019 levels, for Pete's sakes. And then let's do the rescissions to boot. And let's stop this endless cycle, or seemingly endless cycle, of national debt increase. And if we do that, then guess what we do? We stop the imminent bankruptcy of this country. We stop the devaluation of our currency around the world. We stop the inflationary pressures. And then once you do things like reduce some more taxes, reduce some more regulations, get some better energy production, well, then we go again to be the world's economic leader. Well, I'm just here to tell you, we've got a plan. We've presented our plan. I don't think anybody should ever say, Mr. Good, Mr. Rosendale, Mr. Biggs, and a half dozen others or so, that they don't know where we are. Tell you what, I've never voted to raise the debt ceiling. I don't think that's what I was sent here to do. And I'm finding it awfully hard to believe that there's any justification for raising it $2 to $4 trillion. I encourage everyone to understand that we can put an end to this cycle of self-immolation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Happy to move that the House do now adjourn.
For the purposes of amendment, the chair recognizes Mr. McClintock to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment makes technical changes to the bill. It adds a section to the bill repealing 2 Biden administration Department of Labor regulations that place additional burdens on agricultural employers who are trying to do the right thing and use the H-2A program instead of using illegal workers. I'd urge my colleagues to support the ANS, and I yield the balance of my time to a man who's been the driving force in Congress for border security and immigration reform, and in my opinion, an unsung hero, Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman, and I appreciate his comments, but I also appreciate all of his effort and hard work on this bill and with regard to the ANS as well. You know, the border is overrun, and I want to tell you about my experience back at the border again just last week, because I go often. I grew up in a border congressional district. So we were driving along the Tohono O'odham Reservation that has 62 linear miles of the Arizona-Mexico border. Just last Thursday, we'd been down to the Bamry Wash and check out the bridge that was there. That the first time that this is a big wide wash, gets filled with water. It's used frequently by human traffickers and drug smugglers. And they built a bridge over it. It's great, but it's only about 6 feet high, so the first big rain they had washed over the bridge so that CBP couldn't use it during the rain. That was odd. So we moved from the Bamry Wash and we went over to the San Miguel Gate, where you frequently will have, that's where the groups in the Tucson sector come. They come to the San Miguel Gate. And we were checking that out again, and then we're moving along the border road. And as we drove along the border road, I could see about 250 yards ahead of us, three small children playing in the road. Now, mind you, we're on the reservation, so I thought maybe these are reservation children, although we were in the middle of nowhere, really in the middle of nowhere. And as we got closer, we saw all of these people begin to emerge from the high desert shrubs and scrub that were there. And we stopped and talked to them because we had to wait for the Border Patrol now to come. We had to alert them. There's no signal. We had to stand on the cars to get signal so they'd call. And what we found is there were 21 individuals there. There was a family from Chiapas. Where are you going? He says, I'm heading to the Carolinas. I'm going to be a roofer. He and his wife and their 5-month-old baby. An individual lady, 2 single adult women traveling on their own, 2 other single adult women with children, and then 1 other putative family unit which raised suspicions not just with me but also with the Border Patrol agent who was there. Why were they coming? Because they knew they were going to be released into the United States. In fact, when I asked the Border Patrol agent, but by the way, reason we got so many agents there because they're stretched thin on this rather remote section. They finally got there. We said, how long before these individuals are going to be released into America and go to the interior where they want to go, which Washington State, Austin, Texas? Why in the world did you come to the Tucson sector instead of El Paso sector? Because the cartels brought us here. We went to Caborca, a Sonoran town of about 60,000 people, whose most famous resident is Miguel Quintaro, a famous drug lord allied with the Sinaloa cartel. How much did you pay? 75,000 pesos a person on average. They were brought to that location. They were dropped off south of the border, a 2-hour walk in remote desert circumstances in 95-degree-plus weather. A 10-year-old boy wearing Huarache sandals. The coyotes brought him there. They walked for 2 hours, and then they waited for 2 hours until we happened to come along. That's what the Biden policies have brought. And you talk to them, and they're here because of the Biden policies. Chiapas, Zapotec, Merida. Those are the states they came from. This bill goes a long way to restoring humanity. Cruel and heartbreaking, this bill, Mr. Ranking Member?
You should have been there. This bill must pass. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I do.
It's my pleasure to be here tonight. And I'd ask that any of us that wish to revise and extend our remarks be given 5 days to do so.
Without objection.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to talk tonight about this debt ceiling, this mysterious debt ceiling that we hear so much about. And I'm joined by two of my colleagues that have strong ideas about this as well. But I want to just relate something to America so you can hear this. We had a meeting several weeks back talking about the debt ceiling. And I don't think anybody had ever asked this question. And I started asking it at every meeting. I said, how much does the Biden administration want to raise the debt? We're set at $31.4 trillion now. We spend $4.9 trillion a year, $6.1 trillion a year, but we raise $4.9 trillion. Every month we fall short by about $100 billion. And so I said, how much do they want? Well, when I first started asking the question, I said, well, everybody said, no, I don't know. We don't know. But now it's $4 trillion. That's what I'm hearing. It's $4 trillion. Tonight we heard 3.5. But in any event, it's $3.5 to $4 trillion. So I asked the next question. I said, look, I really want to know what happens if we don't lift the debt ceiling. I don't know. These guys might have been there. The fellow was nonplussed. This former deputy at the OMB, Office of Management and Budget, economist. He stood there for probably 2 minutes. Nobody had ever asked him that question before. And he says, nothing. Nothing will happen. And I said, how can that be? I'm hearing that it's collapse city. Tell me, how can that be? He said, all the bills go to OMB, and they get forwarded on to the Fed, and they all get paid as they come in, as they come due. And they just keep paying them. I'm here to tell you that the debt ceiling is mysterious. It's a black box. It's the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. And it's time for us to face the facts that if they're going to try to leverage us, then we have got to do something to make this more responsible, the spending more responsible, and get our budget back together. With that, I'm going to yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman, my friend from Director Dettelbach, I'm so glad you finished up talking when you're talking about stolen weapons. When weapons get in the bad guys' hands, they're stolen from some group. We already had Mr. Gates talk about the weapons that were stolen from you. But let's just talk about it. I know you thought Fast and Furious was over with. It's not over. It's not over. There's a licensed FFL that I am aware of that sold a weapon during that Fast and Furious time. Who did he sell it to? To ATF. Guess what? It was recently traced to a crime. Guess who's got to respond to that? The FFL. It was ATF that ran Fast and Furious. 2,000 guns. 2,000 guns. And this one recently turned up in a crime. And now you're coming back to the FFL saying, well, hey, who'd you sell it to? Well, I sold it to an ATF agent. Where did it go? Well, you guys had guns stolen from you. So I want to know this. How many other guns from Operation Fast and Furious remain unaccounted for?
Operation Fast and Furious has been the subject of numerous reports, and I do not have.
So you don't know.
I don't have the specific answer. I can get back to you if there's source information.
You don't know because there were over 2,000 guns. Last report that was published was that you'd recovered 700 of them. Mexico reported 150 people killed or maimed with guns that ATF had. For the Fast and Furious. That's what the radical left Democrats thought was a great program. So don't elaborate and try to say, oh, hey, guess what? You know what? I can get you numbers. I would like those numbers. Because I also want to know this. How many guns walked away
altogether from ATF?
Since Fast and Furious.
During Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious, which was, I think, 15 years ago, there were reports I can check and get back to you with the public record, but we have implemented numerous controls to try and make sure that we're respecting public safety.
But what happened earlier today, it was just reported this year, the IG said that you still haven't implemented enough reforms, guidelines to watch over to make sure. You were the victim of how many guns were stolen from you guys?
Most of the items that were stolen from the National Destruction Branch, which is what I think you're referring to, were parts, were firearm components. There were some number of firearms that were also stolen.
You're not going to tell us the number?
And I don't know sitting here the exact number of complete
How many guns from
firearms
Fast and Furious were recovered at crime scenes?
Again, I don't want
How many FFLs are you inspecting today because they sold to ATF during Fast and Furious? Do you know that?
I don't believe we're inspecting any FFLs today.
Well, sure you are. Sure you are.
Because
I've had
please allow me to finish. Because of any conduct that relates in any way, shape, or form to Fast and Furious.
Well, sure you are, because I know, because an FFL contacted me and showed me the docs. You guys are inspecting and going after an FFL who sold to ATF.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood. I thought your question was, are we inspecting people because of conduct in Fast and Furious? It would be 15 years since it would be normal, which is normal course of business to inspect a federally licensed firearms dealer once a decade.
But the problem that we have here, and this is just one of many FFLs that are undergoing rigorous problems from you guys. This is an FFL that's sold to an ATF agent. The ATF lost track of that weapon. It gets used in a crime, and now he's having to respond. Why isn't ATF having to respond? Because it gets back to the hypocrisy of your zero tolerance policy. You guys can't live up to your own requirements and guidelines, but you're going to go after FFLs. How about this one? We have a case where a customer of an FFL who's an American citizen of Armenian descent visited by ATF agents seeking information about his legal firearm purchases. When asked why they wanted to know about his firearm purchases, agents told him that it was because he was born in Iran and had purchased multiple firearms from that FFL. Think about that. How about this one? A different FFL. They have video cameras everywhere. They have one room. The ATF inspector goes in, takes the documents with him, and on their personal phone starts taking pictures of all the documents, personal phone. Is that normal? Is that normal to use your personal phone?
Again, I'm not familiar with the facts and circumstances of that
Is that
particular
normal?
matter.
Is that part of you guys?
But we conduct our inspections pursuant to a procedure. It is a public procedure, and we follow that procedure in conducting those.
Including personal phones of your inspectors.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Director, okay. Watch this stuff.
Director, right over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Dodaro. Your report suggests that as of December 2021, DOD expected to spend more than $1.9 trillion to acquire weapons systems. Over what time period is this spending expected?
I'm going to ask Mr. DiNapoli, our expert in that area, to respond. Tim?
Thank you for that question. It's a difficult one to answer because most of those weapon systems, that equates to a life cycle cost, so that can stretch out for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So it is a long period of time.
So as you look at it, have you made any modification vis-a-vis the use of weapons from our stockpile in the Ukrainian crisis?
So as we mentioned before, that we do have a body of work ongoing, taking a look at not only what's been provided to the Ukrainian armed forces, but also what we're doing to replenish the stocks that we've taken them from.
So tell us what the result of your reanalysis or modification would be.
It is still ongoing, so we can't actually give you the final results, but we are looking at ways in which, how they determine which stocks would be provided from where, how we're going to, whether we replenish them with new stocks, we're just going to let them draw down, how we're going to buy those new stocks, and how we're going to, and when they're going to be available back to the armed forces.
Have you made any recommendations?
Not of yet in that particular area.
So On DOD financial management, you indicated that DOD has longstanding issues, including ineffective processes, systems and controls, incomplete corrective actions, and the need for more effective monitoring and reporting. And I think you testified to Mr. Grothman regarding their failure of an audit in 2022. And you have flagged, DOD financial management has been flagged as high risk since 1995. Your report states that financial management issues extend beyond reporting as, quote, longstanding control deficiencies adversely affect the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of its operations, close quote. You state that 67 recommendations remain open within DOD financial management and that implementation of previous recommendations has resulted in a savings of nearly $4 billion in taxpayer dollars. Can you provide an estimate of the cost to taxpayers for the unimplemented recommendations?
Yeah, we can look at that issue and give you an estimate. Yeah, we have done that across GAO, so I'd be happy to provide that to the committee.
Yeah, I would love to see that because, I mean, they implemented a few of them and saved $4 billion. I'd like to know what the cost of failure to implement 60-some odd.
Yeah, we'll do.
Thank you. On business system modernization, your report states that DOD spends billions each year to acquire and modernize business systems. However, significant challenges impede DOD's efforts to improve the systems environment. And you highlight 3 critical challenges: improving business systems acquisition, improving business systems investment management, and leveraging DOD's federated business enterprise architecture. Can you provide an estimate of the cost to taxpayers for unimplemented recommendations within DOD's business system modernization efforts?
We'll have to provide that for the record.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that. You also state that weaknesses in management of contracts, finances, supply chain, support acquisition, and weapons systems acquisition adversely affect DOD's efficiency, effectiveness, and render its operations vulnerable to waste, fraud, and abuse, which in turn affects the readiness and capabilities of U.S. military forces. Can you discuss the final impact in more depth? What is the effect of waste within the Department of Defense on military readiness? And then I would ask if you're familiar with a study that was released or where they estimated $125 billion a year was being wasted in DOD. That's not an official GAO. That is a journalist estimate. So I'm curious if you're familiar with that as well.
Yeah. We took a look at the study you're referring to. We'll provide some information for the record on that. It's been a while, but I remember what you're referring to, and we'll take a look at it and give you an answer for the record.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that because I would guess, I don't know whether they're accurate or not with $125 billion a year, but if they are, and we've had, and that was, I think it was a 2015 study. Yeah. So that's 8 years, and we've had inflation since then. I would imagine that the waste, fraud, corruption, duplication, whatever you want to call it, has probably increased. I would really like to know where GAO, where you stand on that, what you're finding, and I would look forward to getting that. When might I expect that?
We should be able to provide something to you within the next month.
Okay, 30 days?
Yes. That's a month. I'll go with 30 rather than 31. But that's fine.
I was hoping for you were going to say 30 minutes, but I guess I'll take 30 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have on my phone received probably about 45 minutes ago, which was about 7:30 a.m. Arizona time, the line of literally hundreds and hundreds of people lining up along the fence, along the border in Yuma. They'd already removed 8 busloads of individuals who'd come across since about 4 a.m. That's the result of the policies of my colleagues across the aisle and the failure to enforce the immigration laws. Talking to my friends in law enforcement, the CBP agents, there's a significant number of those who illegally cross the border now who are more inclined to fight and run, particularly if you're in the Tucson sector. That's what comes to mind, the Tucson sector, not the Yuma sector. This provision provided by the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is probably one of the most common sense provisions I've seen. It says, if you come into our country and you're here and you assault a police officer, you should be removed. That makes sense to me. My phone also has images of El Paso from yesterday. It's rough. It's rough all along the southern border today. And it's going to be rougher tomorrow. And it's going to be rougher the day after that. Mr. Chairman, I enthusiastically support the proposition of Mr. McClintock.
Mr. McClintock yields back. Who seeks recognition? Chairman. Gentleman from New York, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
To strike the last word on the amendment nature of a substitute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look at the real-life example that I gave. Mr. Garcia Meza was convicted of aggravated assault of a police officer. What did he do? He asked for the officer's name. He wanted to see his name tag. He wanted to see the name of the officer. That's perfectly justified. The officer unjustifiably pushed his hand away so he couldn't see his name tag. And Mr. Garcia Meza ended up grabbing and twisting the officer's fingers. For that, under this bill, Mr. Garcia Meza, who lived in this country for I don't know how many years, who had a family here, would be deported. There has to be a rule of reason that the courts can apply. That's why we object to this provision, because it doesn't allow a rule of reason. It ties a judge's hand from the most innocuous situations. I yield back. I'll yield to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. And I just want to address Mr. Johnson, who said you brought the receipts. Well, Mr. Johnson, I've got some receipts for you. This committee met about 2 months ago, and the chairman, who can call any person in the world who walks this earth as a witness, called this guy, who tweeted just a couple weeks before the hearing, "Fuck cops." Your witness tweeted that. Not one of you disavowed that guy. Not one of you said that was inappropriate. I was stunned that you call yourself a pro-police party and you bring a witness before us that says, "Fuck cops." I don't believe in that. But I thought if you didn't believe in that, you would have taken the opportunity to say it. But no, not only did you not disavow it, you invited the guy here in Congress to be your witness. Imagine if we had ever done that. We didn't. You did. Second, I would love Mr. Johnson to disavow, because by the way, I will disavow the defund the police movement. I've never called for it. I believe, just as President Biden believes when he addressed Congress, that we should fund the police. But Mr. Johnson, will you disavow your colleague, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who tweets out and makes money off of a defund the FBI movement? Because they're police too. They protect us too. But I don't think you will. I think you're going to sit silent, and your silence, by the way, is complicity. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Appreciate the backpedaling at an alarming rate from the other side. Watch out, you might fall over backwards. We have a video to play. I think this will provide some visual summation. Please.
The police has to happen. We need to defund the police.
Mayor Eric Garcetti saying, take some of the money from policing, about $150 million.
I applaud Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done.
But we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department.
It is outdated. It is wrong-headed thinking to think that the only way you're going to get communities to be safe is to put more police officers on the street.
So yes, defund your butts. Defund you.
Yes, I support the reallocation of resources from NYPD.
We will be moving funding from the NYPD.
Yes, I support the defund movement. I'm for responsible
reallocation of resources.
And defund the police.
I think you do all those other things, you don't need all the money that's going to the police department. So yeah, I mean, the spirit of it, I do support that.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of us were asked if we could imagine a future without police back in 2017 when we were running for office. And I answered yes to that question.
We are going to reduce funding in the police department and redirect that money.
We propose to redirect over $7 million from the police bureau.
The police department here in Minneapolis needs to be dismantled, and we need to start anew.
In some necessary cases, completely dismantling those police forces.
Police departments are taking a sizable amount of the budget of a lot of municipalities and other entities. We need to look at those budgets, pull some of the money back.
But we talk about defunding the police, defunding the Pentagon.
My push is that we defund our police departments.
Defunding police means defunding police. If these reports are accurate, then these proposed cuts to the NYPD budget are a disingenuous illusion. This is not a victory. The freshman Democrat adding, the fight to defund policing will continue.
Mr. Chairman, I also have several articles that I would like to submit for the record. Instead of reading all the titles, I'll just provide those to you, if that's okay.
Without objection.
And I'll yield back to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yield to the chair.
Yeah, I would just say, in response to the gentleman from California, of course we disavow that tweet. That is obvious, and if we'd have known that individual had that tweet out there, I doubt if he'd have been invited as a witness. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Virginia. Gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. We appreciate your leadership on this very, very significant issue to the direction of this country, and we appreciate your leadership and appreciate my colleagues who are here today, and also the great staff that has done such incredible work on behalf of this committee in reviewing these records and helping us to obtain them. Thank you. And thank you to those of you who are here from the media today. So when we talk about the Biden family and associates, I think it's important for the American people to understand what we mean when we're talking about these associates. What are we really getting at? First, they use them as vehicles to move money directly into Biden family accounts. Why is that? It's because they were looking to obfuscate and hide where the money was coming from. For example, the Bidens used their associate Rob Walker to bring in millions of dollars from China and Romania. Walker's limited liability company, Robinson Walker LLC, paid Hunter, James, Hallie, and others in the Biden network more than $2 million after foreign money hit his account. 1/3 to the Bidens. That was the pattern. For example, on March 1st, 2017, only 2 months after Joe Biden left office, Robinson Walker received a $3 million wire from State Energy HK Limited, a Chinese entity. The next day, 1/3 of that money, $1,065,000, went to the bank account in Abu Dhabi of the company EEIG, which was controlled by James Gilliatt, another Biden associate. Over the next 3 months, Robinson Walker LLC sent 16 incremental payments to over 5 different Biden accounts totaling $1,065,692. This included payments to James Biden, who received 5 wires and over $50,000, who did no discernible work to earn that money. 1/3 to Gilliard, 1/3 to the Bidens. What was State Energy HK Limited? That is a second class of Biden associates, the people from whom the Bidens conducted business. State Energy HK Limited was a company controlled by Yi Jianming. Yi was a Chinese billionaire who was reportedly the former Deputy Secretary Counsel for an international outreach arm for the People's Liberation Army. It's called the China Association for International Friendly Contact. According to a U.S. agency, that organization is a platform for deploying undercover intelligence gatherers. Chairman Yi started an energy company called CEFC, China. Yi explained in a speech to the committee that the committee has obtained and translated into English that CEFC China's vision is very simple. It is to obtain overseas resources and serve the national strategy. Not U.S. national strategy, Chinese national strategy. And Chinese national strategy is Chinese Communist Party's strategy. Yi was close to Chinese President Xi Jinping and welcomed at least one foreign president to Beijing with Xi. The DOJ has referenced Yi and CEFC in a scheme bribing African leaders. The other Chinese national I'll mention now is Gong Wendong, who did work for Yi in America. When Yi needed to do business in America, he often looked to Gong Wendong. The amount of money Yi was sending to Gong Wendong was staggering. From June through August of 2017 alone, Yi transferred to Gong Wendong in America more than $130 million. Yi met with Hunter Biden in February 2017 and gave him a diamond reportedly worth tens of thousands of dollars as a gift. In August of 2017, Yi, through Gong Wendong, opened up a business with Hunter and James Biden called Hudson West 3, based here in Washington, D.C. And Hunter wanted to get Joe Biden's keys to the office, and they could all share office space together, according to an email verified by the Washington Post. But things didn't go as planned because the Chinese detained Yi in March of 2018 for fraud. In an email to Gong Wendong and another associate, Hunter tried to explain away the last year of doing business together. This is an email that has also been verified by the Washington Post. Hunter wrote, and I quote, "I am not in a joint venture with CEFC. I'm not partners with CEFC, and I'm not employed nor funded by CEFC." Close quote. But Hunter was funded by CEFC, as Ms. Mace will explain. I'm extremely concerned about the president's connections to these individuals he was supposedly meant to share office space with, and is denied knowing anything about these transactions and these business dealings, and also is denied receiving any money for himself or his family from Chinese connections. That has been proven to be a lie. And I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Is recognized, ranking member, for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my Republican friends have called this National Police Week. And the chairman of the committee opened up his remarks by referring to National Police Week. He didn't say local police week or certain police week. He said National Police Week. And that's how my Republican friends have been advertising this week. And I'm just puzzled by the fact that when my Republican friends passed their rules package in January, they made in order a bill to recognize and praise all of our police. And it included local, it included the state police and the federal police. And somewhere along the line, a decision was made to change that. I mean, you made it in order, we were just waiting for it to come up. And you made a conscious decision to remove some of the police from this bill. Why did you do that, Mr. Biggs? I mean, what was the rationale behind going back, changing what you originally had brought forward? Why did somebody think it was a good idea to take out, for example, the Capitol Police?
So I would just think, I'd beg to differ with you. I think you're mischaracterizing what's happening here today. So, for instance, in the Garbarino bill, that's assault against a law enforcement officer. Doesn't matter whether it's federal or local. The other one is actually for federal law enforcement officers. That's 3091.
No, I mean, the concurrent resolution that you are offering.
And then we get to
focuses on the local police. So somebody made a decision. Why did you do that?
And then you move to the third bill. So you're trying to couple, I think, the whole picture, and you're trying to say.
No, in the rules package.
I understand.
Yeah, you had a bill that that basically recognized all the polies.
That's correct.
Including the federal police.
And this package before.
And this
I don't
one
want to
does
interrupt.
it, right.
I'm sorry.
No, and I'm just curious, like who made the decision to say, well, we don't want to recognize the Capitol Police, or we don't want to recognize and praise the federal police?
I think that you're mischaracterizing this, and
so let me just help you out. I want to help you out if I can. You've got 3 bills before you. That's the package for Police Week, and it includes federal, state, and local officers. And I just gave you the reasons why. I'll do it again.
H-Con Res 40 does not, I could read it to you, it doesn't recognize federal police officers. I mean, I could, you know, the original version that you introduced, that the Republicans introduced as part of their rules package that was going to be made in order did. And so somebody made a decision to narrow it. I mean, and it's because I'm assuming that, and this is on H-Con Res 40, when it says condemns calls to defund, disband, and dismantle or abolish the police, I'm assuming that that doesn't include Marjorie Taylor Greene's call to defund the FBI, for example.
So we're going to, I guess we're going to just keep talking past each other. This is not meant to be a single bill. This is a package of bills. That's what, and let me just remind you, I just want to remind you that every year that you guys were in charge, you passed a package of bills. That's what we do. We do pass a package of bills. And this bill, and this particular effort includes a package of bills.
So which part of this bill praises federal law enforcement officials?
I'm not sure that this particular bill by itself does.
So
but
that's my point. So somebody made a decision to do that. I mean, and I don't really, and I don't quite, I mean, what is so controversial about praising the Capitol Police or the FBI? I know a number of members, and I think Mr. Biggs, including you, voted against providing the Capitol Police a congressional gold medal. So I'm just wondering, what is the, is that, I mean, what is controversial about praising the Capitol Police? They protect all of our lives and the lives of our staff here.
I don't think there's anything controversial in praising the Capitol Police. But I do think there is something controversial when you take a package of bills that are meant to be a package of bills, and you have the first bill that specifically applies also to the feds. You have another bill that applies to the feds as well. It applies to all of them. And then you get to this one, and this, so you're going to say, oh my gosh, you guys are just the most unreasonable folks.
Nothing in any of these bills praises the Capitol Police.
Oh, is that it? Is that what you're looking for? You're just looking for a sentence that says, oh.
Well, no.
We've done that. Have we not done that?
I'm going to yield to Mr. Nadler in a minute, but I'm just curious as to, you had a bill that was introduced as part of your rules package, which included all the police, and now you have changed it. So I don't think it was an accident that you changed it. Obviously, I think some of your members wanted to fund the FBI, and some of your members are still, I don't know, I have a problem with the Capitol Police because of what happened on January 6th. They don't like the fact that the Capitol Police defended this institution from people who wanted to basically overturn the results of an election. And it's an inconvenient reality for them. But I mean, but it'd be something. I mean, so maybe that's it. I'm just trying to say, why was a decision made to?
So I'm happy to elaborate.
And in the markup, by the way, my understanding is in the markup, these things were offered and they were all rejected. Mr. Nadler, I don't know whether you want to.
So
I
would hope I get a chance to respond.
That's what I wanted to say. And H-Con Res 40, as you noticed, refers only to local law enforcement.
Right.
In every paragraph.
Right.
And it refers to the, in 2020, there was leftist and progressive politicians called for the defunding of the police, whereas in 2020, there were 21,000 murders. We, the Democrats on the committee during the markup last week, offered repeated amendments to add federal police, to refer to the federal police that we were praising them to refer to the January 6th attack, not only to the 2020 Black Lives Matter riots. All of these amendments were either voted down by the majority, by the Republicans, or ruled on germane. Now, we thought they were all germane, but they were all but some of them were ruled on germane, and the others were all voted down. So there was a conscious decision by the Republicans not to deal with federal law enforcement and not to deal with the January 6th insurrection, presumably because Donald Trump was responsible for the January 6th insurrection. I yield back.
Mr. Biggs, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you want to take me down a rabbit hole, and that's
No,
great.
I-
That's great. No, no, I mean, you do.
This is a
I mean,
simple
this
question.
is all about January 6th for you guys because
No.
you're a one-note piano. I get it.
No,
So when you start hitting
no, let me-
hitting the piano, how about January 6th? Let's just say, I get where you're coming from, but let's also talk about the Durham report that just came out today.
Yeah, all right.
And let's talk about this as what it is. It's a package of bills that deal with federal and local law enforcement. But it didn't deal with it the way you wanted, so now it's a January 6th issue. So I get it. That's all you got. So go ahead. Hang your hat on that.
Yeah, you guys made this decision, by the way, before the Durham report came out. I mean, you noticed this bill last week. I don't know whether you had an advanced copy of the Durham report, but I think the Durham report was a colossal waste of money. But let me just point out for the record, since you brought it up, federal prosecutors have secured convictions or confessions from Trump's campaign manager, deputy campaign manager, fundraiser, chief strategist, national security advisor, 2 foreign policy advisors, his personal lawyer, and his accountant. And Trump has been charged with 34 felony counts, and a jury of his peers said that he is a sexual abuser. Special Counsel Mueller issued 25 indictments against Russian nationals who attempted to undermine the 2016 election at the orders of Russian President Vladimir Putin. And I did a cursory reading of the Durham report online. I don't see any indictments. I think a number of you were saying there'd be multiple indictments. I don't know, did I miss something? Were there indictments?
Well, I don't know who said there'd be multiple indictments, but what I do...
Mr. Radcliffe, who was a former colleague who served in the
But I would
previous
just-
administrations, said lots of indictments.
Well, I can't speak for Mr. Radcliffe, but I can tell you that trying to get an indictment out of Merrick Garland is going to be pretty darn hard, unless you're a Republican, then you're likely to get indicted.
So essentially, I think what you're saying to us is that the reason why, for example, federal law enforcement was not included is because there are some of you who do not want to praise the FBI or actually favor defunding the FBI.
There may be. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I'm just going to point out that this was intended to be a package of bills, and you've honed down on a thing that you don't like, which is January 6th, so I get it.
I mean, it's a very simple question. The Republicans in their rules package made a bill in order that praised all of our police. Somewhere along the line, you decided to narrow it down, and nobody can really explain to me why. But nonetheless, you did. But I have one other question for you, Mr. Biggs. It's a little bit of this is a little off topic, but since you're here, I wanted to ask you. So I noticed things like the fact that on March 29th of this year, you introduced an astoundingly high number of bills, 521 bills, if I'm right, to slash funding for critical departments and agencies spanning the federal government, everything from the Council on Environmental Quality to the Office of Government Ethics, but over 500 bills.
Right.
Do you know how much it costs the American taxpayers for you to do that?
Yeah, but I know how much it would save if those bills were actually enacted. You know how much it would save if those bills were enacted?
Yeah, but I guess.
I mean, do you know how much?
No, I guess the deal is you could have put on your website a list of the agencies you want to abolish or whatever, but you introduced 500 bills.
Yeah.
So the Government Publishing Office, GPO, alone, just them, it's $18,126 to be precise, and that's just to make publicly available your 521 bills. And I ask you unanimous consent to insert the GPO letter in the record, and that doesn't take into account.
Without objection.
That doesn't take into account the costs incurred by the clerks to process the bills, the parliamentarians to review and refer the bills, and so on. So you wasted over $18,000 of taxpayer dollars in what? I guess an attempt to make a point about spending. But the ironic thing is that while you're decrying wasteful spending, government spending, you're wasting taxpayer dollars on a stunt and that's it. It's a stunt. And if every member of Congress basically did what you did, we would that would be over 200,000 bills at a cost of nearly $8 million. So I pointed out because, I mean, I know everybody around here likes to make all kinds of statements, and, they think it's, I don't know, noteworthy or whatever, but there's a cost to all of this. And I just thought we should say that for the record, because I hope others don't follow your example by doing the same thing, because it will cost millions and millions of dollars.
Well, thanks for bringing that up, because it's obvious that you didn't look too closely, nor did you consider how much that would have saved. If those bills would have been enacted, it would have saved over $100 billion a year.
Well, you could have introduced them all as one bill, too. And you're in charge, so you guys can do whatever, bring whatever you want to bring up.
Look,
but I just pointed out for the record.
Yeah, it's beautiful that's your issue, but I mean, I get it. Everybody around here is a political figure, and we do a lot of political things, and we're trying to make a point. And you know what? If those bills were enacted, you'd save $100 billion a year. You'd save over $1 trillion over 10 years. That's what you would get. And so I was happy to do it. I would encourage my colleagues to take a close look at those bills and see what they want to enact, and that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, I just say that's a waste of money to do it that way. But what I am concerned about today, though, is the intentional omission of men and women who serve our country, who protect us, who are part of our police force, who deserve to be recognized. And a decision was made, an intentional decision was made to change what my Republican colleagues introduced as part of their rules package in January. This is a much different bill, and I still don't know why. So, in any event, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for allowing me to speak on this issue today. It's an important issue. I remember my first town hall after I was elected to Congress. We had 1,000 people show up, many of them wearing resistance T-shirts, the radical left busing people in from actually California to protest my town hall. That was fine. That's what it's about. What wasn't fine was the ridiculous number of threats to me, my family, and my staff. And that's when I remembered from days in my legal practice my gratitude for the police who came and made sure that the crowd was protected, my staff was protected. They even placed two undercover police officers flanking my wife because she had been threatened as well. Thank you. Thank you to the men and women of law enforcement. I thank the police chiefs and the rank and file in Apache Junction and in Mesa and Chandler and Gilbert and Queen Creek and Maricopa County. Sheriff's a Democrat, but I think he does a pretty good job. Not like some of the other folks that I'll be talking about in just a minute. I thank the sheriffs and their departments and local law enforcement and the border communities in Yuma County, Cochise County, Pinal County, who are having to take up the slack because of what's going on the border, that the Biden administration is allowing people to just run rampant across our border. It's unbelievable. I thank them. They don't run away. They run toward to save us. They run toward the people who would harm us, and they provide the rule of law. You can't have freedom if you don't have respect and rule of law. Now let's talk about the federal agencies for just a second. Story just came out last weekend that the bomber who put the bombs over at NRCC and DCCC on January 6th, those were inert bombs. Turns out the FBI has had surveillance and film of that person placing those inert bombs, had video of them moving around on the metro, moving on out to suburban DC area, getting into a car. They have the license plate of the car. They have the tracking. They have the credit card that paid for the metro that bomber used. When they went to
to try to investigate leadership in the FBI, halted that investigation. The Durham report has come out. And any objective analysis of that report, I urge you to read it. I've heard some of you talk about it. I'm not sure you read it. Any objective analysis will tell you that you had the DOJ and the FBI working with the Clinton campaign to create a false criminal allegation that we're still talking about the Russian hoax. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it is unbelievable. And as some have said, the DOJ and the FBI abandoned their standards from the start. They had no predicate for that investigation, and they knew it at the time. And I think we should hold them accountable. You want to keep funding them, fine, you keep funding them, but you're going to have to reform them some way, somehow. And I, like my friend from Colorado, remembers the time that it was the Democrats who often called for civil liberties and the protection of civil liberties from the federal police apparatus, and that's where I am. We've now come to a point where we have to protect our citizens from our own federal police apparatus. I will also get into this notion of federalizing the police. You can't simply always throw federal grant money at the local law enforcement. They will tell you, we view, at least in Arizona, when I talk to our friends in policing there, they'll tell you, we take this money with trepidation because the feds always want to take over. They don't understand, and I will just tell you, we don't understand what Seattle, why would you come to Congress and say, you control policing in Seattle, you control it in Phoenix, or you control it in the town of Gilbert? Why would we turn that over to the feds? That is too much. And now I just want to share some comments that we've heard over the last couple of years from some of my colleagues across the aisle. From the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, with reducing the NYPD budget, stating, quote, there should be substantial cuts to the police budget and a reallocation of those funds to where we need them, close quote. The minority leader, asked on CNN, expressed his openness to defunding the police when he said, you have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. Cori Bush, she was the vice chair of the crime subcommittee. She said, it's not a slogan. Defunding the police is not a slogan. She said, it's a mandate for keeping our people alive. Defund the police. When she was challenged about that, she further said, quote, defund the police is not the problem. She continues to always double down on that. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, also said, this is what happens when leaders sign blank check after blank check to militarize the police, CBP, etc., while letting violence go unchecked. We need answers. We need to defund. And when New York decided to cut $1 billion from their police force, Representative Ocasio-Cortez thought the cuts did not go far enough, stating, defund the police means defunding the police. Representative Jamal Bowman, he said, we don't need police with lethal weapons carrying out routine traffic stops. Reallocate police funding to unarmed traffic forces to remove even the possibility of state-sanctioned manslaughter. Representative Jayapal said it is completely reasonable for us to shift significant resources from law enforcement and investing in people, close quote. Representative Ilhan Omar said, we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department because here's the thing, there is a cancer. The Minneapolis Police Department is rotten to the root, and so when we dismantle, we get rid of that cancer. Representative Ayanna Pressley said the defund movement isn't new. Folks are just finally listening. Representative Tashida Tlaib said, when we say defund police, what we mean is people are dying and we need to invest in people's livelihoods instead. Yeah. So, don't tell me now that you can't vote for this resolution, which honors local police enforcement and condemns the defund police movement. Don't tell me that's idle rhetoric. That's real, that's sincere, and that ought to be what the position of this body is. And with that, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Hi, Andy Biggs here from Arizona's 5th Congressional District. I'm here to explain my vote on the debt ceiling bill. Now, what the debt ceiling does is normally you would raise the cap, just like on a credit card loan. Maybe you had a limit of $3,500 and it gets raised to $5,000. What's happening in this particular bill, however, is they are actually removing the cap altogether from the date of enactment of this bill through January 1st, 2025. They cynically don't want you to know how much the dollar amount is that will be added to the national debt over that period of time. But the estimates are approximately $4 trillion. And if there's additional spending that comes up, it will be more than $4 trillion. So the bottom line is you're going to have the speakers out there saying this is the biggest budget cut in the history of America. And I will explain to you why that is not true. So what's really happening is you're having kind of a spending levelization. It's not a spending cap, it's not even a spending freeze, and it's not at the 2022 levels. It's above the 2022 levels, which means that we're still at the high levels of spending that came in with the COVID relief packages. That's part of the problem. And then they're taking that and they're saying we're going to grow that at 1% per year. But they only really try and cap it for 2 years. What they do then at that point is they set targets for the next 4 years. And that has been scored at, if all targets are met, that's a $1.3 trillion savings over 10 years, right? So that's roughly a $130 billion a year savings if every target was met. But we know frequently here targets aren't met because the people here love to spend more money. And there's not going to be a cap. So think of it this way. Every year you're going to have about $1.8 to $2 trillion or more in national debt. And they say you're going to save $130 billion, which is ephemeral. You don't even know if that's real. So that's one of the major problems with this. Another problem with this is the rescission package. So previously I submitted legislation to rescind pretty close to $1 trillion. And what that is you gather back money that's in agencies that are not being spent. So like you had COVID relief money. When we initially were talking about it, it was well over $100 billion, but this administration's been trying to throw that money out as quick as it can. So they're now at about $29 billion. So this bill doesn't rescind anything else but that COVID relief package money of $29 billion. Well, that would be interesting enough, and that wouldn't be the worst thing, and that's a pretty good thing, except for it's not a true rescission because they're parking about $22.8 billion of that money in the Department of Commerce with no restriction on how that money gets spent. And the thought is, quite frankly, that they're going to try to go around the caps of the first 2 years that are supposed to be hard caps. I don't know how hard they are, and try to backfill agencies and departments. And we already have seen that the Senate chair of the Committee for Armed Services has already said, before we've even voted on this bill, that he's going to try to find a way around those caps. That's the point, is that this will not be real stoppage of spending. Okay. So what else you got? So what else we have is they came in and they said, this is going to be transformative, and it's called the administrative pay-go. Now, we operate under pay-go ostensibly here in Congress. That's where we're going to do a new program, we're going to increase spending or something. We're going to have to find a way to fund that without increasing additional revenue, right? But that is not what we do here. We waive the pay-go provisions all the time. Now, when I say we, it's my colleagues, because I vote no on that, because you cannot do that. If you're going to be responsible, you have to take care of it. So the administrative pay-go was to try to impose the same kind of spending restraint on the bureaucracy. But here's the problem. The bill delegates to the director of the Office of Management and Budget, who right now is a Biden appointee who's a lefty a lawyer. It gives them authority to just waive that pay-go requirement at any time that she deems necessary. That means that you're not going to save any money, which is interesting enough because a couple of days ago, CBO was scoring that as more than $1 trillion in savings, and now there's no score on that. Why? Because we all know it's a sham. It's not real. So that's a problem. So what else do we have? Well, the Speaker promised that he was going to pass legislation to get rid of the IRS agents, 87,000 of them, that are coming on to harass Americans. Well, here's the deal. We did pass that legislation out. It's been just laying in the Senate with nothing happening. In this particular bill, however, what they're going to tell you is they're taking care of the IRS agents, but it's just a small section, and it's about $1.4 trillion. The problem with it is, it doesn't, I'm sorry, I said 1.4 trillion, I meant to say $1.4 billion of the $71 billion for the new agents. The problem is, there is no limiting language. There's no language in there that says you cannot backfill, you cannot, that prohibits them from actually proceeding with the hiring of agents. Money is fungible, and that's what's happening here. It's just another ruse. The agents are going to be hired, and that's what's going on here, and that is another prevarication from leadership. So ultimately, $31.4 trillion is going to be close to 36, maybe even as high as $37 trillion by the time we consider the debt ceiling again in January of 25. This is a bad deal for the American people. There are other aspects of this. I've tried to not get into the weeds too much. I just wanted to present to you some rational reasons why I felt I cannot support, I cannot vote for a bill that gives that kind of carte blanche authority. Now I'm going to throw one more thing at you. Our leadership have said there's not one thing in this bill for the Democrats. I've just given to you some things there. There's nothing in this bill for Republicans. But I will tell you this, the chief economic advisor for President Biden said yesterday, this deal continues and cements in President Biden's progressive agenda. That is something for the Democrats. And it is not for the American people. A $4 trillion national debt increase, that is not good for the American people. So that's why I'm voting no, and I wanted you to know that. And I might do another one of these, going to some of the even more weedy part of the details of this bill. But for now, that's where I stand, and I'll keep you posted.
Mr. Chairman, thanks, Dr. Kafari, for being here. You know, I do think it's interesting that the last gentleman was asking you about asylum and immigration courts, but that's not in your purview, right? That's DOJ. That's not DHS, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so that was odd, I thought, but it was pretty consistent because I thought the ranking member who's sitting in there today rather dubious. His own credibility is kind of dubious because he basically questioned this document, your report, but in so doing, he spent a good portion of his time lauding the Biden border policies. When you start lauding the Biden border policies, which is, I don't care what the pre-42 surge was, we've gone back down to the typical Biden border crisis numbers. That's where we sit today. And that's about a 5-fold increase over what Jay Johnson said was a crisis on the border. If you see 1,000 a day, he says that's a crisis. Or you got about 5,000 a day. The gentleman from Long Beach says, whoa, we've got this thing back under control. Well, you don't. You just simply don't. But I will say this, your report is consistent with my on-the-ground experience and getting down to the border many, many times. I've taken the chairman down many times. I've been down there. I go down there. You just go down there. I don't take anybody with me. I'll park my car. I'll start walking along the border. See how long it takes for a Border Patrol agent to come. When they finally get there, I ask them how things are going. They tell me it ain't going good. I said, well, what do your colleagues feel? Well, they feel like they've been abandoned by this administration. The other thing I will say is you had survey responses from 16% of the entire force. Is that right?
16% of the 57,000 employees in DHS, primarily ICE and CBP, who we surveyed.
Yeah. Well, in my studies, a large N study was typically, we thought anything over 350 to 500 was a large N study. 9,000 would be pretty persuasive. He compared it to a Twitter survey. The only difference is you had a limited universe, and if you're going to make a claim, you might say selection bias because only the people that cared enough to responded. But you had 9,000, 16% respond. Well, let's take a look here just a little bit. Can you discuss what steps your office takes when an audit or investigation is opened?
We notified the department through a transmittal memo of the opening of a project, an audit or an inspection. We let them know that we will be looking for certain documents for some communication, and we set what's called an entrance conference with the department's liaison office and the components liaison office to begin our audit or inspection work.
And when you request documents or information, what's the typical response time for an agency?
Normally, it's about 30 days to respond back to us.
Is the DHS, are they responsive typically within 30 days?
They have been on certain occasions.
What's their typical response time now?
Upwards of about, there is one project that is 140 days that we've made our request and haven't gotten the information.
So did they give you a rationale for their 5-month delay?
Not in that particular case, but they have in others.
Is a rationale for delay that they give to you, are those allowed under the Inspector General Act?
The only exception to not providing the IG that I'm aware of in the IG Act is the Secretary of the Department would have to make a determination that for national security or not to compromise an ongoing investigation, the Department Secretary would then have to make that determination.
Has Secretary Mayorkas made that determination and communicated that to you?
He would also have to communicate that to this oversight committee as well.
Has he communicated that to you?
No, sir.
He hasn't communicated that to us as far as I know. So he's not complying with the requirements of the Inspector General Act. Is that fair to say?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, my time has expired, and I told you it'd go by fast, but Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Members, and we'll begin under the 5-minute rule with Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to go fast because I think there's just so much that Secretary Mayorkas is responsible for and culpable for.
So I'll start with you, Mr. Bradbury. At the direction of Secretary Mayorkas, DHS has released and continues to release tens of thousands of aliens every month into the U.S. through mass parole and now categorical parole. Is this a violation of law?
Yes, it violates INA Section 212 D5A.
Secretary Mayorkas is also mass paroling aliens he himself characterizes as refugees or asylum seekers without demonstrating that there are compelling reasons requiring that that particular alien may be admitted by parole rather than going through the USRAP process for refugee admissions. Is that a violation of law?
Yes.
What law?
It's a violation of INA Section 212 D5B.
Because he's not conducting adequate individualized vetting of the huge volume of mass-released aliens, there's simply no way of knowing how many of the millions of aliens Mayorkas has released into the U.S. fall into these categories of dangerous aliens. Is that a violation of law?
Yes, of Section 212A.
Secretary Mayorkas has instituted, as you've talked about, and all of you have mentioned, is the CBP-1 pre-registration, trying to funnel these illegal migrants to the U.S. ports of entry along our southern border. Is that a violation of law?
Yes, of 212, of 235, and I would say of 207.
All right. So what's happened here, of course, is that just in this past week, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit halted 2 DHS efforts to release massive numbers of illegal migrants into the U.S. on parole. So this is what one of the judges said, this opinion right here, that what his violations of the law, Secretary Mayorkas' violations of the law, are, quote, akin to posting a flashing "come in, we're open" sign on the southern border. The unprecedented surge of aliens that are started arriving at the southwest border almost immediately after President Biden took office, that has continued unabated over the past 2 years, was a predictable consequence of these actions. Indeed, former Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz credibly testified based on his experience that there have been increases in migration when there are no consequences, and migrant populations believe they will be released into the country, close quote. And I won't go into the additional case as well, but I'm going to ask Mr. Wolf this question. We've established that Secretary Mayorkas is engaged in conduct violates his oath of office and the law. My question for you is, do you believe Secretary Mayorkas is violating the law intentionally, willfully, or is it just some oversight on his part?
So I'm going to have to guess. I think it's all of the above. I think they know exactly what they're doing, they being the department. This construct that they have put in place is not by happenstance or by chance, it's by design. And I think it's been very clear over the last 2 years. So everything that's going on at the border and the crisis that we see unfolding there was completely predictable. And we had talked about to the incoming administration about some of the challenges that we had in the Trump administration and warned them that if they did half of what was campaigned on during 2020, that they would see a crisis at the border. And so presumably they knew that, presumably they heard that, so yet it still went forward.
The Secretary and the new administration heard that. Incoming Secretary, right?
Numerous briefings, again, mainly with transition staff.
Okay, Mr. Edlow, I wanted to ask you this question, and it's related to testimony we heard yesterday about what's going on the border and the impact on Border Patrol agents and morale, et cetera. What are you hearing about what's going on because of the arrangements of this secretary?
Sir, I've heard that morale is at an all-time low throughout Border Patrol and throughout other enforcement entities. You know, I've spoken to some people who have been at the border recently. They've seen that exact same thing, that people are just very unhappy. They don't know whether they should be doing the job or whether they are supposed to be ignoring the law. And a lot of it's being run by memos that are, or just oral guidance being passed on.
I want to ask you the same question that I asked, and this is with regard to Secretary Mayorkas. And that is, do you believe that what he's doing is intentional, willful? Or is it just he's just an incompetent buffoon and can't learn his lessons?
I don't think he's incompetent, Congressman. You know, looking at the memos, looking at the departmental actions, the regulatory actions, this is all part and parcel of an intentional action.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think it's long past time for him to be impeached. Now I yield back.
I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durham, Isn't it true that Danchenko admitted that information he provided to Christopher Steele in June of 2016 was, quote, rumor and speculation?
Correct.
And Danchenko himself estimated that he was responsible for 80% of the intelligence and 50% of the analysis in the Steele dossier. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you agree with his assessment or his estimate of his participation in the dossier?
Yeah, we have no reason to doubt that. I mean, Steele identified him as the primary subsource or the principal source of the information.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Steele used that rumor and speculation to build his dossier, and we've wandered all over this. There's none of those statements were corroborated at all, and yet Danchenko's reputation for veracity was considered bad. He was considered a boastful man who had low credibility, right?
There was information that the Bureau had along those lines, yes, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, when he lost his visa, his work permit, he used a Russian business as a front to basically fraudulently get a visa to work in the United States. Is that right? Page 128 of your report.
Yeah, he went to work for a company in the United States, and Steele was paying him through a cutout through that company in the United States.
Yeah, most of us who look at that area of the law regularly, like I do, would say that's immigration fraud. So, and it's also true, we talked about this, it's true, there was an FBI counter-espionage investigation into Danchenko 2009 to 2011, and that was a result of him approaching a Brookings Institution co-worker trying to essentially solicit espionage on behalf of the Russian government. And then, even though the Washington field office is right there and he lived just a few miles from the Washington field office, the case was closed on Mr. Danchenko, that investigation, right?
The Danchenko investigation is being done by Baltimore, the Baltimore field office, but that's right, he stayed where he
nonetheless, he lived around. I live out there. I know. I live around the corner from there. So let's take a look at. Let's boil this down. After determining that nothing that Danchenko told Steele could be verified, it was all a pack of lies and innuendo and rumor. After further determining that he had attempted to solicit espionage for Russia, and he had himself been subject of an investigation by the Bureau, and after having committed immigration fraud, the FBI hired him on as an informer and paid him $220,000 and proposed an additional $300,000 to be paid to him. Now that's all, that's your testimony, that's in the report, it's all there. And that's even after the Validation Management Unit had determined that Danchenko was a concern and likely had connections to Russian intelligence. That's in your report as well.
Correct.
And very special agent Helson knew most of these facts, but continued to endorse Danchenko's recruitment and payment as a confidential human source, right?
That's correct.
So I'm going to give you these things, and I think you understand why so many of us are underwhelmed with some of your recommendations about FBI, but overwhelmed by what's gone on here. The FISA application, we've talked about that, where that came from. We talked about that the FBI has conducted millions of unconstitutional backdoor FISA 702 searches. Disparate treatment of Hillary Rodham Clinton, which you discuss in your report. The sweetheart Hunter Biden plea deal that would send normal Americans to jail for years, he's getting nothing. We have 50 intelligence officers signing onto a letter stating they would rather have a job in the Biden administration than tell the truth to the American people. The Hunter Biden laptop suppression, the DOJ targeting parents at school board meetings, a federal prosecutor setting a quota, essentially, on additional January 6th individuals. He said he's got to get 2,000 more. That's a quota. That's a bounty. DHS targeting Catholics at church. Hoaxes villainizing border agents while the border itself is under attack. That's all from this agencies. And I understand that you're loyal to your institution. I get that. But Ms. Sparks gave an excellent enumeration of all the things that you found in your report. And that's why people like me, and I don't want to speak for anybody else on here, we're baffled, just utterly baffled, that more people have not been held accountable for their crimes. Because these are crimes. What's gone on in this country, the division in this country today, I can trace back to one thing. It isn't Trump going down the escalator. It is the Steele dossier paid for by Hillary Clinton through the cutouts And that's caused the division in this country today. I yield back.
Witness can respond.
I'm not sure there was a, a question at the end.
Okay. I know, I'm just giving you up.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I find it fascinating to listen to someone who lives in the Northeast in a nice enclave protected from the border to stand up and say, nothing about this is serious. Tell that to the victims of this border crossing invasion. Tell that to them. Oh, we say, oh, all the fentanyl's being stopped at the border. It's just incredible. What's going on between the ports of entry? Sure, we catch it at the ports of entry. Why? We have massive amounts of resources there. Between the ports of entry, wide open spaces. Last time I was down there, when was the last time you were there? I go down often. I live in Arizona. I get down to the border. Last time I'm there, we're driving along. We don't see Border Patrol for miles. But you know what we come upon? 21 individuals. There's no town, there's no village. We ask them, how'd you get here? The coyotes dropped us off and told us, keep walking north. In that group, 2 babies under the age of 1 year. I'm telling you, this is a result of the dereliction of duty that has put this country in jeopardy. And that's why this needs to go to the Homeland Security Committee so they can further investigate this. That's why it needs to be there. Laugh if you will, because that's the reality. You don't appreciate the seriousness of this, the gravity of it. Laugh at it if you will. But you get to go to the angel families and explain to them why their kid or their member of their family was killed by an illegal alien who came into this country. You get to go to the parents. You get to go to the parents of individuals who've lost their lives due to the fentanyl that you apparently claim is all being interdicted. It's dangerous. We've got terrorists. We've got criminal gang members coming in. Yield.
Gentleman reserves.
That is some of the most outrageous. I recognize myself for my 5 minutes, which I haven't taken. This is some of the most outrageous, illogical argument I've heard. Let me ask each of you, does it happen all the time, as the gentleman just said, where a president grants a clemency or a commutation, and then the DOJ says, we're going to go back, reinvigorate our prosecution against that person? Does that happen?
I did as much research as I could, and I cannot find a single instance of DOJ re-prosecuting a commutation.
Not a single case. Mr. Ostler, did you find any case? You were of any case?
As I said, I didn't do a systemic check, but I don't know of one. Now, I understood the question to be about hung counts generally where you don't have a commutation.
Right, but that is not what that's not the conclusion he drew, right? And Professor Berman?
Yeah, I was struck because I'm not aware of any case, let alone cases happening all the time, where there's a re-prosecution after a clemency grant.
And let me just tell you, my experience, I wasn't a federal prosecutor, but I can tell you my experience is, if you got convictions over here, you had a case sitting over here on a hung jury, we typically would just be happy and move on, and that's typically what happened. And in this particular instance, the prosecutors said they were going to move on. Right, Mr.
May I clarify one thing? Yeah. You know, he raises, I don't like the process. I'm not defending the process that occurred under President Trump, but it occurs under every president towards the end, and it is not the right process. But I can say Mr. Esformes did not use money or political influence to get his commutation. In fact, he had 2 prior attorneys general, Ed Meese and Michael Mukasey, and Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson requesting that he receive clemency, largely based on misconduct that DOJ admitted to that was reckless.
Right. I'm glad you brought up the misconduct, which nobody has brought up before. I'm going to ask you some more generic questions and try to get at this. Do you see any limitation in the Constitution right now on a president granting clemency, pardon, or commutation? Professor Berman.
In all Supreme Court cases, and obviously the text it's extraordinarily broad, covering all federal offenses except in cases of impeachment.
right? That's the way I read it. It's just really broad. I don't know what the limitation is other than impeachment, right? So that this notion that somehow it's okie dokie to go back in and basically take this Mr. Esformas and say, well, doggone it, we thought he had a really bad set of facts, and so we need to retry him on some of these things to hold him accountable. I'm sorry, appears to me to be biased or motivated from something other than the crime, because they used the hung jury crimes to enhance his sentence. Is that not true, Mr. Oster?
I believe that the sentence was drawn in part from the hung jury.
Right. So they used those as essentially as enhancers to the sentencing. Right?
With the way that sentencing guidelines work, that there's going to be enhancements that come in.
Right. But not typically hung jury or acquitted cases, right? Mr. Tolman?
Yeah, that's one of the great flaws in the federal system, and I argue is unconstitutional, is that you are allowing judges to sentence on acquitted conduct and even uncharged conduct.
Yeah, that's true, and that's a different issue that we got to get to and fix as well. That's ridiculous.
I'm glad to help on that.
Yeah.
I will say this, that when I teach my first-year law students about the use of acquitted conduct to sentence, they are appalled. It is the one time I see consciences actively being shocked.
And I will just tell you that it's really different from the state cases, too, that I was involved in. You never could use that kind of enhancement for sentencing. That's pretty amazing. So as we get through here, we've got a lot of work on our plate that we have to do, and we're going to keep going forward with that. And so I just want to say, as we close out the hearing, thank you for being here. I think it is a travesty that we're here on this Esformas case. It's a travesty that we have a process that seems to be almost unrelentingly broken that has to be fixed. And so I'm certain that my ranking member and I will be happy to work with you all and see if we can come up with some meaningful changes and returns. With that, we're adjourned.
Would you allow me just for a moment?
That was my 5 minutes, and no, we're done. We're adjourned. Who is Matthew Graves? Who is Matthew Graves?
I believe Matthew Graves, at least the person I'm thinking of, is, I think, the U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia.
That's the person I'm thinking of, too. Are you aware that he has promised more than 1,000 more individuals will be charged or indicted related to January 6th?
I had not heard that he had said that.
Well, it seems arbitrary, and there's reports that it's kind of a quasi-quota system that he's put together for January 6 prosecutions. Do you approve of targets, goals, quotas in prosecuting alleged criminal conduct?
Well, certainly not quotas. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, goals is a little bit more of an ambiguous term, but
certainly not quotas.
Certainly not quotas.
Do you know if any of your personnel at the FBI is involved in the investigations promised that will lead to indictments by the January 6th quota established by U.S. Attorney Graves?
That doesn't sound familiar to me.
Okay. In June 2021, you told this committee that a small group of people at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th had, quote, all sorts of weapons. Do you remember being here for that committee hearing and testifying that way?
In general, yes.
It has been reported that more than 40 FBI personnel, agents, or contractors were in the crowd on January 6th. Is that number accurate?
I don't know if that number is accurate.
Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun reportedly has asserted that the protest crowd was filled with federal agents. Are you aware of his assertion?
I am not.
Would you agree with him that it was filled with federal agents on January 6th?
I would really have to see more closely exactly what he said and get the full context to be able to evaluate it.
How many agents were actually, agents or human resources were present at the Capitol complex and vicinity on January 6th?
Well, again, it's going to get confusing because it depends on when we deployed and responded to the breach that occurred. Obviously,
how many
there
were
were
under
federal agents.
Sure.
Yeah,
you're talking, and you and I both know we're talking different things here, and please don't distract here because we're focusing on those who were there in an undercover capacity on January 6th. How many were there?
Again, I'm not sure that I can give you that number as I sit here. I'm not sure there were undercover agents on scene.
I find that kind of a remarkable statement, Director. At this point, you don't know whether there were undercover federal agents, FBI agents in the crowd or in the Capitol on January 6th.
I say that because I want to be very careful. There have been a number of court filings related to some of these topics, and I want to make sure that I stick within what's in.
I understand that, but I thought I heard you say you didn't know whether there were FBI agents or informants or human sources in the Capitol or in the vicinity on January 6th. Did I misunderstand you? I thought that's what you said.
Well, I referred very specifically to undercover agents.
Yeah. And so are you acknowledging then there were undercover agents?
As I sit here right now, I do not believe there were undercover agents on scene.
Any
assets? FBI agents.
Did you have any assets present that day in the crowd?
When it comes to what you're calling assets or what we would call confidential human sources, that's a place where, again, I want to be careful, much as I said in response to an earlier question. There are court filings that I think speak to this that I'm happy to make sure we get to you, assuming they're not under seal. And that can better answer the question than I can as I sit here right now.
In the same June 2021 committee hearing, you told us that the FISA court, quote, approved FBI procedures, minimization procedures, collection and procedures, querying procedures, did not find misconduct, close quote. That's what you said. Specifically, you said the FISC found no misconduct. Yet 3 months later, the Inspector General found widespread problems in FBI's FISA applications, raising serious questions about the FBI review process of applications, including hundreds of examples of noncompliance with Woods procedures, for example. And we know that from December 2020 to November 2021, the FBI conducted 3.4 million warrantless searches of U.S. data under FISA. 3.4 million. Up nearly triple the amount of the previous year, and it got worse as you were telling us there was nothing to worry about. But now your reforms have produced about reduced it down to 119,000, over 200,000 total, but 119,000 discrete Americans. That just doesn't seem like you've accomplished much there if you have 119,000 illegal searches and queries under FISA. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's good to have you here. Appreciate it. Appreciate your courage and your willingness to testify. Mr. Shapley, I'm going to go to pages 18 through 20 of your testimony, and Mr. Ziegler, I'm going to go to about page 104 to 105 of yours to start with. But while you're going there, I'm going to ask this question. You know, we've heard a lot about this. Well, you know, this 2014, 2015. 2016 tax things, you know, Trump, you know, we've heard a lot about Trump. But in 2014, 15, and 16, those tax years, Donald Trump wasn't elected, but who was the Vice President of the United States, if you know?
Joe Biden was the Vice President of the United States.
I think that's right. And when the statute of limitation ran on those 14 and 15 years, who was the President of the United States when the statute expired?
So that was President Biden.
Under President Biden. Well, there's some indicia in the statements and testimony that you made that I want to go over. Mr. Shapley, why did you want to interview Rob Walker?
So I think Special Agent Ziegler would be better to answer that question.
All right.
So
I'm looking on page 18 of your testimony, Mr. Shapley.
Can you repeat the question? Yeah, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll rephrase the question. On the day of action, you guys were intending to interview 12 people, one of whom was Rob Walker, a business associate of Hunter Biden. And in particular, you wanted to talk about, I think the quote is, 10 held by H for the big guy, right? So who did you infer that the big guy may be?
So all I can do is speak to the evidence there. What I can say is I think I know what you're referring to is when we're preparing for that interview and we're referencing that email, 10 held by H for the big guy, and from what I understand that to be his dad, President Biden.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I just want to ask Mr. Shapley a similar question because the AUSA Wolf interjected, and I'm reading from your transcript now, and said she did not want to ask about the big guy and stated she did not want to ask questions about dad, in quotes. Who did you take dad to be when she refers to dad?
The father of the subject is President Biden.
President Biden. And so even by her response, she's inferring that Joe Biden may be involved in Hunter Biden's transactions. And then you get to the FBI agent, and you give some detail about Mr. Shapley, you give some detail about what he is saying and the transcript, if you will, of his interview. And in particular, the FBI agent asks Mr. Walker, so you definitely got the feeling that that was orchestrated by Hunter Biden to have like an appearance by his dad at that meeting just to kind of bolster your chances of making a deal work out? Walker answered, sure. The FBI agent continued, anytime he was in the office, or did you hear Hunter Biden say that he was setting up a meeting with his dad with them while dad was still in office? Walker answered, yes. That's the quote that you gave to in your transcript. And so I guess the question there is, what did you infer and then you said the FBI agent inexplicably ceases that line of questioning. I want to know what you thought the FBI agent was inferring. What did you think? What do you think when you read that, when you heard that, of the relationship between Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and his business transactions when he is still in office?
Yeah, so I can't go beyond what you've quoted me as saying in my testimony, so I just leave it there.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ziegler, on page 104 of yours, you mentioned that Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, attempted to obtain a business tax deduction on his return for hotel rooms that were used by his father, Joe Biden. Tell us about that, please.
So yeah, on his tax return, he deducted a hotel room for his dad, so Joe Biden, and we actually got the invoice from the hotel that showed the dad's name on it.
So for that to be a valid business deduction, he would have to be doing business with Hunter Biden. Is that not true?
So we would a typical part of the process would be to interview that person to find out what you had, or what might have happened. Why did you go to that hotel room? And based on statements he made in his book, I mean, you can correlate to what was kind of going on around that time.
But how does it become a valid business deduction if Joe Biden's just there on vacation?
You know, generally speaking, to be a valid business deduction, it would have to be some type of business activity being conducted at that time.
And the last one is the WhatsApp. And I won't get into it because we're just about out of time, but I would just say the WhatsApp where he says my dad's sitting next to me, and you remember that, and that's on, I want to say page 105. That's where you talk about it, Mr. Ziegler, and page 105 of your transcript. I guess the question there is, how would you be able to determine whether those rooms, whether he was actually next to Hunter Biden? How would you be able to determine that?
And the gentleman's time's expired, but you can please answer the question.
So typically in that situation, you'd want to get location data. It's contemporaneous data that would show where that person's at. So that's what we would typically look to.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Very good. Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Republicans have...
Mr. Chairman. Secretary, who must take responsibility for the creation of the Disinformation Governance Board? You as the Secretary of Homeland Security or President Biden?
Congressman, the Disinformation Governance Board, which has been mischaracterized
tremendously. Did President Biden tell you to do it, or did you guys decide to do it? Did you take responsibility for creating that?
Congressman, it is my responsibility, and I will
Very
share
good.
with you that
So the last 4 days, 5,300 people have been encountered in the Tucson sector. Last 4 days, 5,300. In the last week, over 9,000 in the Tucson sector. That's not my made-up numbers. That's from Sector Chief Modlin. Who must bear responsibility for that? You or President Biden?
Congressman, our approach.
Is it you or President Biden? Who made the policies let's get there? Did President Biden tell you to open up the border, or did you?
The border is not open, Congressman.
Oh, so that's why there's 5,300 in the last 4 days that illegally tried to enter the country.
Congressman.
And that doesn't include the gotaways in that sector, which is the #1 sector, 3-1. And you're saying it's somebody else's fault, it's not open. Well, let's talk about this then. Recently retired CBP Chief Raul Ortiz has testified under oath that the U.S. does not have operational control of the border as required. Is it your responsibility or President Biden's responsibility to make sure there is operational control?
Congressman.
These are not hard questions. It's either your responsibility or President Biden's. Whose is it?
Congressman, the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security work tirelessly.
So look, I'm going to tell you, I get down to the border, I love the CBP agents. You know they keep saying? We just want to enforce the law. So who's preventing from enforcing the law? Is it you or President Biden? It's that simple, because your policies are allowing millions of people to get through across this border. So since January 20th, 2021, millions of illegal aliens have crossed the southern border and have been released by DHS into the interior of the U.S. Did you implement this catch and release program, or was it President Biden?
Congressman, individuals who pose a public
So,
safety
look, you and I have had this song and dance before. You never want to answer the question. You never want to answer the question. Look, there's a whole side over there. They want to feed you pablum so you can say whatever you want. But I think the American people know it's either you or President Biden. And I want to know, is President Biden giving the directions on the implementation of your policies? Or are you the one that's creating it? So let's go to some of the stuff that you've written. On September 30th, 2021, you issued guidance that we had a senior DHS official come and tell this committee that your guidance from September 30th, 2021 led to ICE officers not submitting, quote, through their chain of command as many cases as they would have submitted previously, close quote. It was under your name. Did President Biden tell you to write that memo, or is that your policy?
Congressman, the memo that you referred to is the enforcement priorities memo.
Is that yours? Is that your policy then, or is that President Biden's?
The priorities that we established in that memo.
I'll take it that it must be yours. I guess that's all we can take then. Okay, so since we've been sitting here since 10 a.m., that's the number of drug overdoses due to fentanyl in the country. So my question for you is, who's responsible? Is it Joe Biden as President of the United States, or is it you as Secretary of Homeland Security for the open border where fentanyl's coming across and we have American citizens dying? That's since 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Congressman, the border is not open. The challenge of fentanyl is one that has been escalating for more than 5 years.
Look, you cited a figure that was 50,000, and since you came in, it's been more than double every year. Who's responsible for that? Is it you and your policies, or is it President Biden? It's a simple thing. You don't want to answer it because you know it's you. You know it's your policies you're driving in. On October 27, 2021, you issued guidance that restricted the ability of ICE officers to arrest aliens in protected areas such as courthouses where they knew aliens to be. You thus made it more difficult and dangerous for ICE officers to go and enforce the law. These are people who had already had, and generally, many of them have already had their day in court. Did President Biden order you to issue that guidance?
Congressman, our policies are driven to protect the American people.
Who
safeguard.
Issued that policy? Was it the president? Were you following the president, or did you create the policy?
Congressman,
or will you ever give us an answer?
That is a policy.
Yield back. Disgusting.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from
on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance, Mr. Biggs, for the purpose of making his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is really an honor to be here. And I want to start by saying that this is an official congressional committee hearing. This is not some forum or something like this. This is an official congressional hearing. And that makes it more curious that no one from the other side of the aisle chose to come to an official congressional hearing. It's very, very sad to me because this issue should not be a partisan issue. I also take this opportunity to thank Mayor Cleo Maka, and thank you for hosting us, Sierra Vista's mayor. Thank you for the president of Cochise College, J.D. Rottweiler. Thank you for hosting it. Your staff has been excellent in putting this together because it is an official hearing. This is on C-SPAN. That's how you know it's official. If it's C-SPAN's not here, we're not here. So we appreciate the college's staff and their great work. We appreciate Sheriff Daniels and his deputies who've been providing us with some good security, but also good information and taking us to multiple places. And I thank both of our other witnesses, Mr. Ladd, who we've known for quite some time, and he's a rancher here, and Art Arthur, and his incredible knowledge that you're going to hear from. So there's a lot of people to thank. I thank our U.S. Capitol Police escort who's here with us as well. And of course, we thank each and every one of you for your interest in coming here today. I'm pleased to be here in this beautiful part of the world. And I crossed out so many things and added so many things. I'm trying to find where I'm supposed to be. Anyway, I'll just thank also my co-chairman for this event, or this hearing, Mr. Grothman from Wisconsin. Mr. Grothman has been, I lead regular congressional delegations to the border, all over the border, from RGV to Rio Grande Valley to San Isidro, which is San Diego. And he has been with me on at least, I think, half a dozen of those. So he's a guy who knows and cares about this intensely. And my colleagues who are up here as well, I appreciate them being here. See, I think it's really important to see what's really going on at the border. We can read about it, but the reality is, until you see it, it doesn't strike home. You can watch videos on TV, but you just don't believe it. In fact, almost every time we post a video, there's always some yo-yo who says, "That's a fake video, it's all staged." You know, it's remarkable to see. So when I visit the border, and when I'm in my district in Arizona, I speak with Border Patrol agents, local law enforcement officials, concerned citizens, ranchers, businessmen and women. I want to know what's going on with them and what the impact is. Talk to sometimes education officials, because you have recruitment going on by cartels of youth at schools through social media apps to come down and pick up people in Cochise County or on I-8 in Pinal County or down in Yuma to transport bodies for $1,000 or $2,000 and take them on up to Phoenix or Tucson. So here's my report that I want to give to you. I can say with certainty that the Biden border crisis and its effect on American communities is dangerous, is devastating. It demands national attention. It needs it immediately. And I call upon our colleagues to help us get whatever legislation needs to be passed. We've already passed H.R. 2. It's languishing in the Senate. It needs to be passed out of the Senate and signed by the President. It probably won't be. What needs to happen is enforcement, though. We need the executive branch to enforce the laws that are already on the books. If they begin doing that, we'll see a change very quickly. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas testified in front of the House Judiciary Committee just a couple of weeks ago. He doesn't believe there's a crisis. When we reminded him of what the Secure Fence Act of 2006 and how it defines operational control of the border, which basically says no person and no contraband can illegally cross into the United States of America, he said no one could do that. And thus, they had created their own definition. And according to his own definition, he's doing all right. I think that's impeachable. It is his reckless disregard for law and order and his implementation of open border policies that have caused the crisis that we see along the border and in the country. When we have open borders, we are not a secure nation. Here's one concerning recent example that we have received. We have received reports that criminal cartels are taking advantage of Secretary Mayorkas' open border policies. Secretary Mayorkas implemented the CBP-1 app to streamline, ostensibly to streamline, asylum appointments for migrants, allowing them to pre-register when they are near the U.S. border. Ostensibly, supposedly, there was geofencing that was going to be there, so that only when you got close to the border, which actually provides an incentive to come close to the border, but only when you got close to the border, then you could apply to CBP-1 to get that expedited appointment. Well, that way he describes as being a lawful entryway. It's not lawful. It is not legal. There's no authority for that. But the even worse news is that cartels now are reportedly selling VPN services to migrants which allow them to pre-register for a U.S. asylum appointment and to ignore the geofencing system before they have even reached northern Mexico. These continue to be pull factors or incentives to come into this country illegally. The CBP-1 app hurts Americans by welcoming any migrant with a smartphone into the U.S. and assists the cartels in soliciting more customers to make the dangerous trip to our border. It is no wonder immigration numbers are again on the rise. Illegal. Don't conflate illegal immigration with legal immigration. The illegal border crossings continue to rise even though we've had a very hot summer. No one enters the border or crosses the border without the cartel's assistance and approval. Drugs are coming across and are literally poisoning our communities. It's time for this administration to stop enabling them and to enforce the law. The lives of victims of increased crime are at stake. You, in your community of Sierra Vista, there will be increased crime because there's increased drug use. In my community, in Gilbert, yes, same thing. The lives of state and local law enforcement dealing with a continual rise in crime, their lives are at risk. At risk also are the lives of those in communities who live in fear of the violent crime and fentanyl pouring across our border and into their neighborhoods. The lives of the victims of known terrorists who've entered our open border due to lax screening, which, by the way, the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, is now changing the categorization nomenclature. It's no longer going to be on this terror watch list. It will be national security risk or something like that. Why? Why are you changing the language? Because it's easier to hide the reality of the gravity of the situation. Also, even the lives of those who are trying to get up here and cross illegally into the country. Many are dying en route. Many become, as Chairman Grothman pointed out, effectively indentured servants to the cartels. But this administration is doing everything it can to encourage these people to make the journey by offering NGO assistance and simplifying and expanding so-called lawful pathways. Secretary Mayorkas told Congress that DHS is, quote, taking it to the cartels, close quote. I wonder if he meant the profits for illegal drug and migrant activity. The only winners here are the cartels. We know these vast criminal networks are also facilitating human smuggling at the border and are intentionally targeting the areas between the ports of entry. As Deputy Chief Justin De La Torre stated, quote, those organizations are deliberately placing them, the migrants, in the most remote regions of our area in order to pull our resources off of our patrol functions, close quote. The cartels have cashed in on these Biden policies like the mass parole and asylum applications that will take years to process, years where aliens remain in the United States awaiting a court appointment that they will not even ever attend. The last time frame, and I think Mr. Arthur's going to clarify this probably for me, if I remember right, it's 84 months before people who are getting in today are getting court dates, 84 months out. The Biden administration is also falsely claiming border crossings are decreasing. But that's not really the truth. In 2023, encounters remain historically high. CBP personnel have already encountered 2.3 million inadmissible aliens at and in between the ports of entry. The figure doesn't even include the hundreds of thousands of gotaways who disappear completely into American communities and who are trying desperately to hide from the agents who would otherwise enforce the law. In 2022, 98 suspected terrorists were apprehended in between ports of entry. This year, it's over 140. The Tucson sector is no exception to the number of criminal migrants flowing across the border, as well as other criminal activity intercepted by the brave men and women under the leadership of Chief John Maudlin. Let me just give you some recent numbers for the Tucson sector, of which that's where we're sitting in, the Tucson sector. Yesterday, in the port of Nogales, this is at the port of entry, 870,000 fentanyl pills. One day, port of entry, 870,000 pills. Not last week, week before last, more than 9,000 encounters in the Tucson sector. At Lukeville, just west of Lukeville, 2 nights ago, 535 men in a single group apprehended. Weekend before last, just in 3 days, over 3,500 apprehensions. That is what's happening in our sector. And Sheriff Daniels and Mr. Ladd are going to give us more information about what they see on the ground here. The Tucson sector is leading in apprehensions. It has seen a 28% increase in apprehensions compared to last year. In the last week of July, as I said, more than 10,000 migrants during that week. In that same week, agents also carried out, and you'll never hear this from the other side, 430 migrant rescues, 21 human smuggling attempts. They conducted 13 narcotic seizures, recovered 1 stolen vehicle and 1 firearm. And that's from the front lines. We invited our friends from the other side of the aisle to be here today. This is an official congressional hearing. We miss them. We wish they were here. We wish that they would say things like this is a serious nonpartisan or bipartisan issue, instead of saying that this is all fantasy and this is hyperbole. It is not. The country's future is at stake. Thank you for being here. I yield back.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I will say I wrote down something you said. I think I got the quote exactly right. I wrote it down because not only was it, I think, substantively meritorious, but also was alliterative. People's privacy is paramount, close quote. If only the FBI leadership believed and acted that same way, I would be happy. I want to ask you first about the EU's Digital Markets Act. You previously commented and opined in response to Mr. Klein's questioning. He asked you how much spent. I think you said you don't know. I wonder how many employees or personnel are working on the EU Digital Markets Act.
So my understanding is we currently have 1 employee that's detailed to Brussels. These details are routine. They've gone on for many years. They help improve, coordination among agencies for us to better understand.
Is that employee working to help implement the EU Digital Marketing Act, or are they just observing? What's their role there?
So as a general matter, when we do these details, they're focused on antitrust enforcement, enforcement of the competition laws.
This is in Europe, though. This is the implementation of a new law.
So
how does that impact antitrust law in the United States of America?
So these laws, as you noted, govern Europe. If the European Commission is working on implementing them, that's work that they're doing. Our work is focused on enforcing the U.S. laws. These types of details across agencies.
Right, but that begs the question, and I'm looking for. I'll move on because we always the 5-minute format is ridiculously absurd. We can't get a full answer or a full question. So I'm hoping that maybe you or your team will respond more fulsomely as to why we have someone there, even observing the implementation of an EU law that is not here, unless you're intending to support something like that here. Are you familiar with someone named Rebecca Kelly Slaughter?
Excuse me?
Are you familiar with someone named Rebecca?
Yes, she is my colleague
Yes,
of the
right there.
commission. She's here.
So I have a quote from her. Interesting. Well, glad you're here. She's called for an equity, inclusion, and anti-racist agenda in the antitrust enforcement. Yet, antitrust enforcement typically is focused on the consumer welfare standard, right? So, do you agree with Ms. Slaughter, Commissioner Slaughter's call for equity, inclusion, and anti-racist approach to antitrust enforcement?
So let me say, first of all, it's just such a huge privilege to serve on the commission alongside Commissioner Slaughter. She has thought so hard about how do we make sure we're using all of our
That's
tools.
beautiful. We only have 5 minutes. Send me a letter telling me how
Um,
glad you are, please. But please respond to my question.
So she's thought an enormous amount of these issues, and I won't claim to speak for her. The way
I'm not asking you to speak for her. I'm asking whether you agree that that is the appropriate approach and when it's a de facto departure from the consumer welfare standard.
So we enforce the laws that Congress charged us with. That includes prohibitions on unfair methods of competition.
So not to interrupt, but to interrupt. You're not answering my question. My question is real specific. Do you support and agree with this new approach, which was what it would be, because it'd be a departure from the consumer welfare standard? Do you agree with Ms. Slaughter's call for equity, inclusion, and anti-racist as a basis to examine antitrust violations?
So again, we examine antitrust violations under the laws that Congress wrote.
Can you name a single law dealing with antitrust that obviates the consumer welfare standard and replaces it with an equity, inclusion, and anti-racist standard? Any statute? Federal statute.
The statutes are worded broadly. We look closely at the text of them as well as any case law.
Can you give me one that would facilitate obviating the consumer welfare standard and replacing it with the equity, inclusion, and anti-racist standard?
So Congressman, look, you're right, there aren't, cases on these specific questions. I will say when Congress was passing the anti-monopoly laws, they were doing so because they were worried that concentrations of economic power hurt everybody.
That's
And
right. That's right. But that's from that point of view is how the consumer welfare standard developed and evolved. And now if you were to take the equity, inclusion, anti-racist agenda and use that as your new standard, you would have moved away from statutory and case law and tried to impose a new standard. That's the point I'm trying to make, and that's the point you're not responding to. I would ask that maybe you or Ms. Slaughter even, I don't, whatever, would respond in the future so we have a chance to get to the bottom of that. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, is it the policy of your office for U.S. attorneys to use prosecutorial quotas?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty hearing.
Okay, I'll get right on top of this thing. Is it the policy of your office for U.S. attorneys to use prosecutorial quotas?
To prosecute?
Yeah, do you have any prosecutorial quotas system in place?
No.
None whatsoever. That'd be anathema to your office then, right? I mean, it's not a policy. So would you
we don't, correct, we do not have quotas.
Right. And so would it be consistent with that when you have a prosecutor who said that he wants to prosecute at least 2,000 people who are alleged to have committed a certain type of crime?
So look, I think you're referring to the January 6th question.
I'm just asking you, would that be consistent with your office's policy if somebody said, we're going to get up to 2,000 people on a particular crime? Is that consistent with your policy?
I think what that U.S. Attorney was referring to was a prediction for how many more cases would still be brought because the court had asked how many more people have been
filed a letter with the
identified.
court saying that we're looking at upwards of 2,000. We've got 1,200 more that we think we're going to get. So you don't do that for anything else, right? So you don't have anything like tax fraud. You're not saying okay, we're going to have so many people that we want to get for tax fraud, so many people we want to get
We
for
don't
lying on
have
federal firearms
quotas. If a
application.
court asks us what the likely workload will be based on prosecutions and investigations that are pending, the U.S. Attorney is obligated to respond.
Did you guys provide any reference of the number of people you thought you would prosecute who were involved in the 2020 summer riots of the burning of the Portland courthouse while there were still people inside those courthouses? You didn't ever file with the court or anything, say, oh, we think we're going to have another 300, 400, whatever it may be, because you didn't file those charges, did you?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. I believe that
I'm sure you're not.
the number that you're asking about was
Let me ask you this question.
objection that the court had asked the U.S. Attorney to make.
Let's switch topics. Maybe this one be easier to follow, I suppose. Is it the policy of the DOJ to provide advance notice to subjects before conducting a search for evidence?
It totally depends on the circumstance.
If the circumstance were that you had a guest house where the U.S. Attorney, Deputy U.S. Attorney saying, well, we know that we suspect there's a lot of evidence there, but we're not going to really follow that up. And calls the attorney from the other side saying, we were going to do a search warrant. Would that be consistent with your policy?
Okay, again, I know this is no hypothetical, and I don't know the facts of this case, and I don't know what happened, and I believe the events you're talking about, as reported in the press, occurred under the previous administration. So
no, that event didn't happen in the previous administration. Let's talk about that. I mean, you keep saying this happened in the previous administration, but let's talk about this for just a moment. You keep saying, I don't know what happened there, but I'm going to opine when it happened. Do you see the fallacy of that, the inconsistencies? I don't know when it happened. I don't know what happened because I'm not involved, but it happened under the previous administration. That's so logically fallacious.
I'm sorry, I'm not following what's
I know you're not
fallacious
following.
about it.
So the question is, you've got one of your deputy U.S. attorneys calling the attorney on this side saying, look, we're going to go to these two places, probably go in the next couple of days. And of course, then ultimately the search warrant is called off. I just want to know, is it consistent to call up people where you know that they've got boxes of information, or you suspect they have boxes of information? That's why you got the warrant. That's why you're going to go look. And you give them a heads up so they can move those boxes of information. Would that be consistent with DOJ policy?
I'm just going to say again, you're asking me actually to comment about allegations in a particular case about which
No, I'm not. I'm
context.
asking you, is that consistent with your overall policy? Forget Delaware and what they did and that they actually did that. Let's just talk about generic policy.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking about Mar-a-Lago. I may not have understood then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, la-di-da. So when we're talking about this, when we're talking about your general policy, is it your policy? Is that acceptable when you suspect that there are movable items to call up and say we're gonna be there to look?
Yeah, there's no policy on this question. The strategy and tactics to be used to preserve evidence are left up to the investigators and offices on the ground. Sometimes it would be a serious mistake to call up. Sometimes it would not.
And here once again, you don't know what happened in the Hunter Biden case because that's somebody else is doing it. But you can be sure of the timing of when all this took place. That is one of the biggest oddities of your testimony today. I yield back to the gentleman from Colorado.
Gentleman's time has expired.
From Arizona, Mr. Biggs recognized to address any amendments he cares to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little hurt that you didn't call me your good friend. I mean, you've been doing that a lot today, and that's okay. That's what we're going to have to rehabilitate. We've got to reform this.
I'm happy to call you my good friend.
You're just being honest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate all of you being here, and I'm delighted to be here, and I appreciate the sacrifice of time you guys do. I know none of you would have it any other way, except for Mr. Nagoose, maybe. I don't know, but it's great to be with you. And I have a number of amendments that I'm going to address. I will try to address some of them more quickly and more briefly, but just introduce them to you so you see what it is. I'm encouraging, and hopefully you will see fit to make these in order. With regard to H.R. 4368, this is the agriculture bill. So I have Amendment 4 here, and what this does is it prevents funds from being used to take enforcement actions against homeopathic drug products that meet specified requirements in the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. In other words, they're already regulated, but this administration has kind of gone after them a little bit, trying to curtail them. And we've actually had some bipartisan support on this. I hope that the bipartisanship sticks with it on this amendment. Number 5, strikes all funding for Food for Peace Title II grants and directs the total to the spending reduction account. That's $1.7 billion. Amendment 6 strikes all funding for the McGovern-Dole International Food for Education and Child Nutrition Program, directs the total also to the spending reduction account. Amendment 64 restores funding for the Office of the Chief Information Officer to FY19 levels and redirects the gap to the spending reduction account. That's $23 million. Amendment 65 restores funding to the Office of the Chief Economist at FY16 levels, exempting the Office of Pest Management Policy, which will continue on in its current levels, directs the difference to the spending reduction account, which is $11 million. Amendment 67 restores funding to the National Ag Statistical Service to FY19 levels. Amendment 70 restores funding to the National Institute of Food and Agriculture to F19 levels. 72 restores funding to the Ag Marketing Service to FY19 levels. Amendment 73 restores funding to the Farm Production and Conservation Business Center to FY19 levels. And Amendment 125 restores funding of the Commodity Futures Trading Corporation to FY19 levels. And 186 makes permanent rescissions in Sections 722, 731, 733, 741, 748. And that's the sole purpose of reducing the national debt. And all of these are designed in context of our problem where we continue to spend significantly more than we bring in revenue, and we have to try to embark at least at some point to reconcile that. With regard to the SFOPS bill, these are the 12 amendments I have filed. Number 133 eliminates funding for the educational and cultural exchange programs. 134 eliminates funding to the U.S. Institute of Peace. 135 eliminates funding for the National Endowment for Democracy. 136 eliminates funding to the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. 137 eliminates funding to the Congressional Executive Commission on the People's Republic of China. 138 eliminates funding to the U.S. Agency for International Development. 139 eliminates funding to the U.S. Agency for International Development, and that's the President Capital Investment Fund. 140 eliminates funding to the Millennium Challenge Corporation in the amount of $905 million. 141 eliminates funding to the Global Environment Facility. 142 eliminates funding to the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And 143 eliminates funding to the contribution to the Asian Development Fund and eliminates funding to the African Development Bank in 144. And that's pertaining to that bill. And I'll spend a little bit more time on these next couple of bills and those amendments, if that's all right. With regard to 4365, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act 2024, first is amendment number 16. This prohibits funds to sell unused border wall materials. You cannot sell the unused border wall materials. And I have respect for Representative Cuellar. He and I have talked about many of these issues many times and appreciate Representative Roy and his leadership on this issue too. But I want to talk about this notion that walls don't work. That's an interesting notion, an interesting statement by people who live behind walls and work behind walls and fences constantly. But let's talk about some specific instances. The reduction in illegal crossings in the San Diego sector when they extended their wall to 60 miles long was 90%. I actually had my Democrat colleague from San Diego came to me and said, "Andy, walls don't work." And I said, "Why don't they work?" He said, "Because when we built that and expanded it to 60 miles, They just went out around the 60 miles. I said, well, then the walls worked, right? Because they actually had to go out and around them. So if you had 120 miles, they'd had to walk on 120. They work. Let me give you another example, Yuma, Arizona. Yuma, Arizona, where Secretary Mayorkas went there 18 months ago and said, we're going to fill in these 9 gaps in the wall. We'll get it done before the end of last year. Didn't get it done. Where do you think everybody comes through in Yuma, Arizona, which is now seeing 800 to 1,200 people a day? In those 9 gaps. In those 9 gaps. When those were we closed part of it at the Morelos Dam, the state of Arizona and the previous governor closed part of that, kind of like on the South Texas border where you stuck up rail cars, right? They did the same thing by the Morelos Dam, which was the number 2 crossing there in that area from the Cocopah to the Morelos Dam. Guess what? Nobody came through the Morelos Dam anymore. They're looking for the gaps. And there's gaps all along in that fence. And this, we should not facilitate the selling of the material that we've already paid for, that lies dormant. You can go down in Yuma, you can go down in Naco, Arizona, you can go down near Douglas, you can go in various places in Texas, all along Texas, and you'll see material that we've paid for. All you have to do is put it up and put it in. We have gates that are open because when the executive order came out to stop, they'd actually put the gates on the hinges. But they can't automate them. They can't automate them, and they need to automate them. You need the lights, you need the pressure indicators, all of those things. In some places, you go along Douglas, you've got miles of lights sitting right there. They can't come on. Why can't they come on? Because this administration stopped the wiring. We should not be selling off the material. We should be using it to actually finish closing off the wall. I just have to make one more comment. You want to know why you interdict 94% of your drugs that you interdict at a port of entry? Because that's where you do have the scanners. That's where you do have the personnel. That's where you do have the dogs that sniff. You know where you don't have it? Along the Tohono O'odham Reservation, 62 linear miles in southern Arizona, where they have the #1 got-away rate in the country because people don't want to get caught. You want to know one of the biggest drug corridors in the world? Right through that reservation. This notion that, oh, we're interdicting 94% is a false data point. Because when you go to between the ports of entry, that's where the vast majority of drugs come through. And there's so much more to be said about it. I know you guys are busy, but you have 19,000 people that were in custody with CBP yesterday, 19,000. And while we were concerned about the 2,000 that crossed into Eagle Pass, you had about, over that same period of time, you had more than that come through the Tucson sector and get away. If you ever want to go down there, I take people down all the time. I could take you to the San Miguel Gate. We could go 2 miles east of the San Miguel Gate. Last time I was there, met a group of 20, and we asked them what happened. Well, they met their coyote in Caborca, which is about 2.5 miles south. They drove them up and said, you walk a mile north, not a mile, about an hour and a half north, you're going to cross this 4-strand fence. Just sit there and wait for the CBP to come. You know how long they were there? When we came along, they'd been there for 4 hours because the CBP cannot even patrol. You know what the fence is there? A 4-string barbed wire fence. And half of that group were under the age of 5. Well, so what? So this walls don't work just doesn't seem to work for me. One of the things that we've tried to get into this bill and other places, and it's in the NDAA bill. So when people tell me I'm concerned about the payment for CBP agents, I am too. Under the Obama administration, they took away the overtime pay for CBP agents. Took it away. And I've spent 7 years trying to get it back. Maybe we will get it back. So I'm encouraged that it's in the NDA, but I hope that people understand that it's not just this bill that has demoralized our CBP agents. Amendment 223 decreases Section 8104 Ukraine security assistance and this increases spending reduction account. That was previously made in order on the prior DOD rules, both times, I think. That was for you, Mr. McGovern. So, 228, prohibition of funds to implement COVID-19 vaccine mandates. 229, prohibition of funds to fire any service member for failure to comply with COVID-19 vaccine mandates. 231, prohibition of funds for cluster munitions to Ukraine, which I think is one that Mr. Gates is already working on as well. The Homeland Amendments. The reason, I'm not going to take a time unless you want me to through questions. Secretary Mayorkas has opened up our border in a way that is thoroughly unprecedented. It is dangerous and is unprecedented. I appreciate that if you don't see what's going on at the border, it's almost impossible to understand the reality of what it is. But I worked on with my friend Mr. Gosar trying to get the Homeland Rule enacted. So I have a Homeland Rule amendment here that would defund Secretary Mayorkas. I believe he is responsible for the biggest mass migration in the history of the world. And let me tell you what it's going to be. The numbers that we have today of known gotaways, plus people who've been encountered, indicates that with the unknown gotaways, at the most conservative estimate being at least 1-to-1 with the known gotaways, by the time this administration is over, you'll be sitting at more than 10 million illegal aliens who've crossed our border. There is no doubt about that. And it is the architect of that is Secretary Mayorkas. And I've introduced impeachment for him because for a lot of reasons. I don't have the SWAC with my colleagues to do that. So now we got the Homeland Rule. I think the Homeland Rule needs to be imposed on Secretary Mayorkas. Amendment 63 prohibits the use of funds in furtherance of the public charge ground of inadmissibility rule. Amendment 66 prohibits the use of funds to implement a TSA vaccine or mask mandate. 77 prohibits the use of funds in furtherance of the deferred action for childhood arrivals final rule, which, is, by the way, is consistent with every court opinion. And then some additional Homeland rules that need to be imposed. So in July, Judge Terry Dowdy released a 155-page memorandum ruling in the Missouri versus Biden censorship lawsuit, stating he believes the plaintiffs are likely to prove that federal government officials are targeting and suppressing free speech. In his ruling, he specifically prohibited Secretary Mayorkas and other named DHS employees from contacting, working with, or asking social media companies about posts protected by social media. I've offered the Homeland Rule amendments to zero out the salaries of the officials still working at DHS, which that judge condemned. CISA Director Jen Easterly, CISA Director Election Security Initiative Officer Jeffrey Hale, DHS Undersecretary for the Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans Robert Silvers, and DHS Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism and Threat Prevention Samantha Vinegard. Further, Amendment 72. This is for DHS Director of Departmental GAO-OIG Liaison Office Jim Krumpecker. Mr. Krumpecker leads the Office of GAO-OIG Liaison at DHS. Inspector General Kafari has repeatedly raised concerns to Mr. Krumpecker, and he's raised those same concerns to me and to the House Oversight Committee in testimony under oath that DHS is obstructing the IG's oversight efforts. Specifically, Inspector General Kafari's June 2023 testimony stated under oath, quote, "Since the fall of 2021, DHS OIG has consistently reported DHS delays and denials of DHS OIG's requests for information. These are requests for information that our more than 700 career professionals need to do their jobs, and which DHS is required to provide to DHS OIG consistent with the law. I remain hopeful that DHS will improve its responsiveness to our request for information so that DHS OIG can continue to provide Congress and the Republic robust and timely oversight like that featured in today's hearing, close quote. Mr. Krumperger has still failed to provide that information. If you're going to hold that position and receive that kind of salary, you are obligated to respond to the OIG. That is the law. He's chosen not to follow that law. I think that he should be subject to the Holman Rule. And I appreciate your time and your respect, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as not to make the same mistake twice, my very good friend, Mr. Rosenthal.
Point of order right over.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. What's your point?
Mr. Chairman, when a member of the committee impugns the integrity of a witness, is it against the rules to allow those witnesses to respond to that malicious statement?
I'm quoting the article.
I'm asking. I'm not asking you. I'm asking the chairman. I've asked for a ruling on that.
Mr. Chairman, he can use his own time to question any witness he wants.
I was recognized on a point of order.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I mean,
my point is that the
I'd ask
way
for a ruling on my point of order
the way
first.
we've always proceeded,
I'd
Mr.
ask for
Chairman,
a ruling on my point of order
Mr.
first.
Chairman, in
I'd
order
ask
to
for a
rehabilitate,
ruling on my point of
Mr.
order
Chairman,
first.
Okay, here's the ruling. The witnesses have the opportunity to address that during a line of questioning. If Mr. Turley wants to address that during another member's line of questioning, then he's more than welcome to do that. Remind everyone we're on their 5-minute clock, and now the chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to put up on the board in just a second, but this is the entire transcript of the Devin Archer testimony I submitted to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much. So, in this particular colloquy that's going on, highlighted up there, you'll see that Mr. Archer says, let's start at the beginning. Let's go somewhere else. He says, the question is, did Hunter talk about how bringing his dad, Joe Biden, either to Ukraine or using his dad as vice president would add value in the eyes of Burisma officials? Answer, yes. How did it come up? He says, well, we were business partners. It just came up. We were business partners. We're business partners. Okay. What kind of leverage was Hunter trying to get by using his dad? Answer by Devin. I think it's more defensive, defensive leverage, that the value is there in his work. Also in this same document, I asked him, I said, the brand, he said, what is it? You keep talking about the Biden brand. I said, is it Dr. Jill? Is it Brother Jim? No. He just looks at me like I'm an idiot. He says, of course it's Joe Biden. Of course it's Joe Biden. Then you go back and you see Tony Bobulinski. What does he say? Quote, the Biden family aggressively leveraged the Biden family name to make millions of dollars from foreign entities, even though some were from communist-controlled China. And who is the Biden family asset? Is it Dr. Jill? No. Brother Jim? No. Any of the grandkids that got money from foreign companies? No. None of those folks. None of those folks. Then you get the stuff released from Ways and Means yesterday. This is Hunter Biden saying to his uncle Jim, BS, Jim, all around BS. Explain to me one thing Tony Bobulinski brings to my table that I so desperately need that I'm willing to sign over my family's brand. What's the brand? Joe Biden. And pretty much the rest of my business life. Why? Because that's the only product I got. Joe Biden, the vice president at that time. It's plain English. I'm cleaning it up a little bit. There's a lot of swear words in there. Why would I give this marginal bully the keys to my family's only asset? Oh, okay, but we're told that there's nothing linking him. So I got to ask this question. Mr. Turley, I'm going to ask you a question. If the brand and what you're selling is Joe Biden, the then vice president, and if Joe Biden or his family is receiving some kind of benefit by the sale of access or, I'll leave it there, selling of access or even the illusion of access to Joe Biden, what does that lead you to conclude?
Well, if you look at actual cases that I've cited in my testimony, benefits to family members can be viewed as a benefit to the principal. So there's not much debate about that. The issue of the inquiry is whether there has been, let me stop say, there has been progress in the last few weeks in that many people after the Archer testimony said, yeah, I get it, it's influence peddling. Some have said it's the illusion of access, which is...
That's the new defense.
Yeah.
Is that illusion?
But I think that calling it by its correct name is important, and it is a form of corruption. The benefits to the family members can be attributed to the principal, even under the higher standard of criminal cases. So what remains is the question is, did the president know that, direct that, participate in that?
Well, we know that he made 20 calls to business associates. We know he's having dinners with those associates, which leads me to the follow-up question, which I think is critical here, because these guys are looking for the gold bars or the cash stuffed in the Menendez coat. That doesn't happen very often, in my experience, having tried a lot of cases. So my question for you is, tell us about when you have circumstantial evidence vis-a-vis direct evidence. What's its value? Can you rest a conviction on circumstantial evidence?
You can. One of the things I point out, though, in my testimony is the Supreme Court has narrowed some of the elements on things like bribery, denial of honest services. Those elements are now narrower than they were. But it is notable in the Menendez indictment that they brought the conspiracy on honest services, that they still believe that these types of gifts obviously can be based on a conspiracy theory. But you're clearly correct. I mean, if the allegations against Senator Menendez are true, that's really sort of old school bribery. Not since Jefferson and his freezer have we seen that type of raw evidence. Today, it's a lot more sophisticated. I think everyone in this room has to acknowledge that influence peddling is the favorite form of corruption in Washington. I think that's unassailable, and it's much more sophisticated than handing over gold bars or whatever is alleged in the Menendez case.
Mr. Chairman, I have a document I'd like to get in. I appreciate that my colleague trusts the American people, and the CNN poll that says the majority of Americans believe Joe Biden as Vice President was involved with his son's business dealings. Submit that for the record.
Without objection, so
Mr.
ordered.
Chairman, I have another unanimous consent motion. I'd move with unanimous consent to introduce an order from the Supreme Court of the State of New York from Tuesday where the Trump Organization was found liable for fraud, and is specifically on page 28 where there's a paragraph entitled, quote, "The Trump brand premium that was increased the value of Trump assets by 15 or 30% according to the Trump Organization."
Without objection, so ordered.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized. How much time?
What he consumes.
So much as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious time. And my mind immediately goes to the young deputy from Cochise County who 2 nights ago, while trying to apprehend a runaway vehicle smuggling humans across the border, suffered major injuries, transported to Pima County, where he's in a Tucson hospital fighting for his life. I'm talking about a border that remains wide open, where drugs come through the Tucson sector, the most gotaways known and unknown of any sector along the border. Terrorists coming in. People conducting criminal conduct coming in, criminal gang members, human smugglers, sex traffickers. They're coming across our border to the tune of hundreds of thousands every month. Now, I appreciate my colleagues and their position, but I would suggest something. I don't think you can just skip to last weekend and say, oh my goodness, a CR came out last weekend on Saturday. I think we need to go back to January. I'll say this body came together on the Republican side and we passed a good border security piece of legislation, H.R. 2. That's good. And then last week we passed the DHS bill and the DOD bills, which had funding for our CBP, ICE, military leaders, military men and women. But why were we successful in doing that? What happened to motivate us to get there? Well, for one thing, we didn't bother to pass the 12 appropriations bills as required under the Budget Control and Impounds Law of 1974. We didn't do it. And you know how many times that's not been done? 25 years in a row. And you know how many CRs this body has passed in that same period of time? 130. You know what that gets you? A $2 trillion plus structural deficit like we had in fiscal year 23. You know what that leads you to? A $33 trillion national debt, which is where we sit today. Leads you to somewhere north of $700 billion in interest payments. And you know why that happened? Because this body is entrenched in a suboptimal path and refuses to leave it. Refuses to leave that path. You cannot change if you're unwilling to change. We had every opportunity to change. We were promised change. We were promised we were going to go ahead and we were going to get those 12 bills done. And if we got those 12 bills done, do you know why you do 12 bills? Because it allows you to reduce spending, get rid of wasteful, duplicative programs. It allows you to set an agenda to restore fiscal sanity. We chose to not do it again. We were promised we'd do it. That's why at the end, some people said, we'll vote present. We'll go ahead. We're going to put our trust in Mr. McCarthy to become the Speaker. That didn't happen. I suspected that would be the case. That was my struggle. That was my struggle last November and December. I iterated it to this body, our conference anyway. When we got to the debt ceiling, again, that seemed to spring upon everybody like a surprise. And when that happened, I was in there for some of those negotiations on where that number would be. And I was astonished how that 1.5 trillion number was negotiated. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I will tell you this. To his credit, the Speaker told us one thing that I believe to be true. He said that's basically the ante in a poker game. He can sit down at the table. And I told my colleagues who supported that $1.5 trillion in 8 months, that you're willing to raise the debt ceiling, that's the opening marker. And indeed it was. And now projections are many $1 trillion above that. Yes, I think it's time to make a change. I'm not the only one. And that's it's somber. Thus it is somber. But what have we failed to accomplish? Why didn't we get this stuff done? When we're campaigning, we're talking about an extension of the debt ceiling to January of 2025. We're talking about additional Ukraine funding. Is that going to be, maybe that's good in your districts. Maybe it's not. But that money's not offset. We're not paying for it. We haven't designated how we're going to pay for that. The same with the disaster package. The IRS remains 80% increased. And I would tell you, I could go down the list, but I will just tell you why this happens. When you don't do your 12 budget bills, and you rely ultimately on a CR, and I'll get to the calendar in a second, what happens is you cannot leverage this administration to actually enforce the border laws that you need to have enforced. This is a lawless Biden regime. They will not enforce border laws. And we can pass them till we're blue in the face. But until you leverage the budget and the spending, you will not see enforcement by this administration. So now take a look at the calendar that we were just provided last week. We're supposed to finish by November 3rd our 12 bills. By November 17th, that's when we're supposed to see that the conference committees have come together, both sides, and we've resolved this. I don't believe that that's going to happen. It wasn't going to happen before. You were betting on the come again. At some point, I'd urge you to stop betting on the come and bet on the reality. That's why I can't support the Speaker any longer, and I'll be voting for the motion to vacate, yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida. Reserve.
I'll recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for our panelists, for all of you being here today. Appreciate it very much. So I just want to point out to my friend from Georgia who has left the room that apparently 22 MAGA Democrats also voted in favor of the censure resolution last night. So I think that's important to get out. But be that as it may, I want to just kind of get into some of this. We'll deal with some of the anti-Semitism. We'll talk also about the anti-conservative bias in education. So I'm going to give you two personal examples. Number one, I belong to a church. I think it's the only American church that's ever been actually an extermination order was issued by a governor, Governor Lilburn Boggs of Missouri, to actually give license to kill members of my religion over 150 years ago. I could, little bit. The other thing is, just to relate to this, we talked about the UN just a moment ago. So at 40 years old, having practiced law and tried literally hundreds of cases, actually representing NGOs at the United Nations and other multilateral institutions. By the way, there is no other organization I know that is so openly, anti-Semitic, in my opinion, than the UN. The Israeli representative was constantly ostracized and ignored and maltreated, in my opinion. Anyways, so I decided to go back because, being a lawyer at the international level, that was good, but being a PhD at the international level and a lawyer really got a lot of credence. So I decided to go back to get my degree. Unafraid, very conservative, but the one thing I know is when I was on that campus in Arizona, by the way, somebody mentioned that I was graduated from elite universities. I can't wait to tell ASU and U of A and BYU, they're considered elite by some congressional witnesses. But the point is, as I was there, I had to duck and hide my beliefs because the professors they held you. You're sitting in a master's degree or PhD class in seminar. How could I express my thoughts, knowing that a grade below a B because the professor disagrees with me? And I experienced that. They control your destiny. So I want to ask to our three students, tell us a little bit. We'll start with you, Ms. Silberstein, Ms. Jordan, and Mr. Grizjak. Is that how you say it? Close enough? A little bit about whether the administration or the institution of whether it's Cornell, Iowa, or Buffalo, did anything to hinder your identity as a student or your beliefs or your, let's just go with that.
Thank you, Congressman. As for Cornell, in the case of anti-Semitism, following the massacre on October 7th, President Pollock issued a statement in which she essentially conflated the horrific massacre of Jews on that day with various natural disasters occurring in the world, such as an earthquake in Afghanistan, which was extremely baffling, tone-deaf, and insensitive, and truly hurtful to the Jewish community on campus. Now, many incidents, as I've mentioned, have occurred since then in which the Jewish students at Cornell have been threatened repeatedly, most recently with a student's comments posted online to directly go after and attack students.
So when we have a threat, that is not protected speech. That is criminal speech. Was there criminal prosecution, investigation, arrest made in that case?
In the case of the student who was just arrested?
Yes, tell us.
Yeah, so this student was arrested, I believe, last week, and he was arraigned. He is currently being held, and his parents claim that he made these comments due to his mental health issues. But regardless of any, mental health issues that could have caused these statements, it's evident that the sentiment created on campus by professors and students alike of pervasive and just widespread anti-Semitism and anti-Israel rhetoric has created such an atmosphere that has enabled him to make these comments, and that really fuels the fire within many students who may feel hostile to Israel to attack Jews because of it.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I asked the questions of the others. May they respond to?
Thank you for your question. So our flyers have been torn down, our chalk is washed away, and we even had an advertisement sign for one of our speakers, Chloe Cole, stolen, and the police recovered the sign, but they didn't figure out, I guess, who took the poster. We never received that back. And this stuff has been ongoing, continues to go on, and it's obviously showing that there is an equal opportunity for our speech. The left-leaning students groups, they get their posters, like theirs are literally right next to ours. You can see the remnants of the tape and our poster design still there, but then their posters are completely unattacked. And like I have met with the university president, I've met with other staff members to discuss this, and it just seems like there's no move towards change. I've asked, I was like, okay, what can we do to at least let our messages heard so we can have people attend our events and hear different points of view, and I still haven't received any other options. Because, it's a shame that we have to have different things be done so that we can have our speech heard. We should have the equal opportunity to have our flyers up just like other left-leaning students. We should have equal opportunity for our chalk to be unerased so that, we shouldn't have to do something different. And also all these actions that these students are doing violate school policy. It's very clear in the handbook, and again, it still keeps happening. So I just would like to see something positive, like just us being able to stay represented without being hindered.
Thank you for your question. I was very fortunate myself to not face any academic penalty while I was still enrolled at the university. However, I was also a biological sciences major. Oftentimes political topics stayed outside the classroom. However, we did have those 3 professors that I had mentioned in my opening statement circulating a petition, heavily protesting our Michael Knowles event, calling for it to get shut down. So I do recognize as well that while I was lucky, I did not have these professors in class. I recognize other students may not be quite so lucky. And additionally, it was very obvious that the protest following our Ellen West lecture was mishandled. There was danger posed to students. This was widely documented through police reports, yet there was no apology from any university officials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentlemen, you
designate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which will prohibit the Department of Health and Human Services from making any voluntary contributions to the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization failed the world and America with its response to COVID-19 and has continued to fail the world and the U.S. The WHO helped perpetuate the Chinese government's wholly inaccurate claims and even praised their handling of the outbreak. The WHO director applauded President Xi's very rare leadership and China's transparency. The WHO was complicit in its deception, willfully accepting what China had claimed and spread to the rest of the world, instead of doing its job and verifying the claims that were made. Further, in 2021, the WHO dismissed the COVID lab leak theory as, quote, being extremely unlikely, close quote, after a visit to China. The WHO even returned from that trip with a theory that the virus was transmitted to humans through frozen food, which was an absurd claim. Then in 2022, 2 years after the COVID, the WHO changed its tune and recommended more investigation into the lab leak theory. The same theory that it had so eagerly dismissed as a conspiracy theory because President Trump suspected what was going on back in 2020. But it turns out President Trump was right to withdraw funding from the World Health Organization. In addition, the World Health Organization has allowed North Korea to sit on its executive board. North Korea lacks any qualification to justify its seat on the board. North Korea lacks any sort of transparency in its management of the COVID-19 outbreak. North Korea's track record of responses to public health issues raises significant concerns that it is able to participate in the WHO's decision-making process. How is it that North Korea, a country that has a well-documented history of human rights abuses and atrocities, is allowed to sit on the World Health Organization's executive board? An executive board that sets and enforces the organization's agenda and policy. The human rights record of North Korea is often considered one of the worst in the world, and I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves the balance of his time. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment. The amendment would prohibit HHS, Health and Human Services, from making any voluntary contributions to the World Health Organization, including contributions from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response. WHO, the World Health Organization, is an indispensable partner for CDC and the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response to effectively achieve their missions of protecting America from health, safety, security threats, both foreign and domestic. The World Health Organization sets health norms and standards for its 194 member states, for everyday public health concerns, as well as crises and public health emergencies. Without collaboration with WHO, CDC and the United States would have limited means by which to inform and influence those global norms. As a UN organization, the World Health Organization has access to geographies and populations that may be difficult for our CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and other bilateral public health agencies to reach, and therefore filling critical needs around the world to address public health threats at their source in a way no other organization can. CDC uses all the tools at its disposal, including sharing technical expertise, deploying emergency responders to ensure that its resources at the WHO are working to achieve CDC's core mission. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention works with the World Health Organization to address ongoing public health threats and priorities, including polio eradication, routine immunizations, and immunization system strengthening, pandemic, seasonal, and avian influenza, and building foundational public health capacities at the country level to strengthen global health security. In addition, I might add that the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, ASPR, has an agreement with the World Health Organization to provide smallpox vaccine to respond to an outbreak should one occur. This amendment could jeopardize the containment of an outbreak and therefore the health security of the United States. This amendment is unnecessary, and it would open the door for other countries to replace our seat at the table. If we are not at the table, then China will claim our place. Congress must not tolerate any effort to stymie American leadership on global health. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I've been talking about North Korea. At the same time that we put North Korea on the board, you see North Korea on the executive board of the WHO, Taiwan is excluded. Why? Because China isolates Taiwan. And if you're concerned about China and taking our place in WHO, China already has incredible resources and influence over Director Tedros. That's what's going on. But let's talk about this, because I think that what we just heard was a conflation. All the things, all the good things that the WHO's doing this and that. Guess what? We paid mandatory fees with them of $200 million last in 2021. And in the 2021 report to Congress, the excess amount, or the voluntary amount, was $99 million. Since the despicable attack on Israel by Hamas, the World Health Organization and its subsidiary in Gaza have spent weeks using their platform to advocate for an immediate ceasefire, a position that has been the rallying cry for the Hamas-sympathizing political left right here in the United States. On October 18th, the Twitter account for the WHO in occupied Palestinian territory, in other words, in Gaza, issued a statement on the explosion in the parking lot of the Ali Arab Hospital, which turned out to be bogus. That's what we're saying. We'll keep paying. We'll keep paying our mandatory amount. We're not going to give up our seat, but we're not going to pay a $99 million voluntary amount. Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
I continue to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona.
I remind everyone that this is only the voluntary amount that we give above our membership allotment to the World Health Organization. We should all be in support of this. Yield back the balance.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 86, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272,